It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. And my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Thank you.
Here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it, then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. It's so amazing that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh, oh. And in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh.
wow. Reba deba 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 do wow, do wow, do wow, do wow. Reba deba 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 do wow. Reba deba 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 do wow, do wow, do wow, do wow. When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh. Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs are good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs. Any time of the day. Now I will say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating red dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause then them red dogs will do the trick, you know. Red dogs, good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. And my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Thank you.
Here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh, oh. And in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel, oh, oh, oh. You are my angel, angel, yeah, you are my angel, angel.
When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh. Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs. Any time of the day. bop. Even, 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 do-wow, 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 do-wow. Now I will say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating Red Dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause then them Red Dogs will do the trick, you know. Red Dogs is good for your soul. Red Dogs on a butter roll. Red Dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. And my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Thank you.
Here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above. your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving tight. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. It's so amazing that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh, oh. And in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel,
Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, 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 doo-wow. When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh. Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs are good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs, any time of the day. Now I will say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating red dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause then them red dogs will do the trick, you know. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli.
Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Hey, yeah. Oh, and my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Thank you.
Here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. It's so amazing that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh, oh. And in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around
Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow. When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a bunner of roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh. Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do. Now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs are good for your soul. Red dogs on a bunner of roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs. Any time of the day. Now I will say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating red dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause then them red dogs will do the trick, you know. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a bunner of roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. And my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Thank you.
Here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, it's so amazing that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around
Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, 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 doo-wow. When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh! Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs are good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs, any time of the day. Now I will say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating red dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause then them red dogs will do the trick, you know. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli.
Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Hey, hey, and my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Hey, Thank you.
Here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh, oh. And in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel, oh, oh, oh. You are my angel, angel, yeah. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel, oh, oh, oh.
When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh! Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs. Any time of the day. Say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating red dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause then them red dogs will do the trick, you know. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a butter roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli.
Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Hey, hey, And my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Hey,
Here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. It's so amazing that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh, oh. And in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel.
Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow. When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown. Dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh! Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs. Red dogs. Red dogs. Any time of the day. Now I will say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating red dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause then them red dogs will do the trick, you know. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memory And my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Thank you.
Here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. It's so amazing that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh, oh. And in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you
Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow. When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh. Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs, any time of the day. Now I will say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating red dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause then them red dogs will do the trick, you know. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli.
Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England 'cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Hey, hey, And my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Thank you.
Here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. It's so amazing that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh. your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel, oh, oh, oh. You are my angel, angel, yeah. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel, oh, oh, oh.
When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Ow! Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do. Now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs are good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs. Any time of the day. Now I will say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating red dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause man, them red dogs will do the trick, you know. Red dogs, good for your soul. Red dogs on a butter roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. And my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Thank you.
here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. It's so amazing that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh, oh. And in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Oh, you are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel.
was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo road. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh! Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs are good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo road. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs, any time of the day. Now I will say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating red dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause then them red dogs will do the trick, you know. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo road. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Thank you.
Here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. It's so amazing that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh, oh. And in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel,
When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh. Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs, any time of the day. Now I will say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating red dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause then them red dogs will do the trick, you know. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Hey, yeah. Oh, and my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Thank you.
Here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. It's so amazing that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh, oh. And in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around
When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a bunner of roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh. Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught onto the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs are good for your soul. Red dogs on a bunner of roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs, any time of the day. Now I will say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating red dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause then them red dogs will do the trick, you know. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a butter roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. And my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Thank you.
here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. It's so amazing that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh, oh. And in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel.
Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, 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 doo-wow. When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo road. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh! Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo road. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs. Any time of the day. Now I will say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating red dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause then them red dogs will do the trick, you know. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo road. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. And if you asked me to trade you the fall of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Hey, hey, And my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Hey, Thank you.
Here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh, oh. And in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel, oh, oh, oh. You are my angel, angel, yeah. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel, oh, oh, oh.
When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh. Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs. Any time of the day. Say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating red dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause then them red dogs will do the trick, you know. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a butter roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli.
Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Hey, hey, And my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Thank you.
saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. It's so amazing that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh, oh. And in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel.
Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, 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 doo-wow. When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a bunner roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh. Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do. Now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs are good for your soul. Red dogs on a butter roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs. Any time of the day.
Hi, I'm Jim Doty, and today we're going to be making up some 7-herb chicken with some delicious butternut squash soup and a really special salad. So stay tuned. Hi, welcome to Reality Cooking. I'm here with Jay Tonti.
Yes.
Does she look familiar to you out there? Doesn't she look familiar? Because those of you who are regular watchers of our show know Nina Neeson, one of my favorite guest hosts or guest chefs, I guess. And Jay is Nina's sister. You could see the beautiful face, right?
Yeah, and I heard that you told me that I'm better looking, right?
I hope Nina's not watching the show to hear that. And like Nina, you are really into healthy cooking. Nina, though, is a vegan.
Yes,
but you're vegan.
Yeah.
But
I'm a flexitarian, so I'm basically flexible with the foods that we're going to eat, because I believe that every food has medicine in them. So my job is to find the medicine in it and teach people how to eat these different foods.
Ah, a flexitarian.
Flexitarian,
I like
being
that.
flexible.
Flexible, I like that. Move with the flow, right?
Yes,
Okay,
that's
so
right.
we're going to start with some chicken, right?
Yes.
The 7-herb chicken.
The 7-herb chicken.
Okay.
So what we're going to do, number one, we're going to get a bowl together and put our herbs. So how much herb we're going to use? Approximately about a teaspoon of each of the herbs. herbs. I've used thyme because thyme is very good antibacterial, antifungal, and antiviral. So a lot of the stuff, you know, a lot of times food creates inflammation in the body. And so we look for foods that'll help us reduce the inflammation, get rid of toxicity, and also add more antioxidants to the food. This is cumin. Cumin is very good for the respiratory system, so we're gonna use it as well.
And people don't realize that, you know, you could take an ordinary food and put in these wonderful herbs to bring and enhance the flavor, no calories, and they're healthy.
That's
Now, what
right.
was
This
that?
is basically the
Coriander.
pharmacopoeia. Coriander
And
is
about a
also
teaspoonful?
about a teaspoonful. And again, this is actually really good for preventing E. coli and salmonella. So a lot of times if you have chicken that is not so good, you know, always protect yourself. Turmeric. Turmeric, it's been used for thousands of years in India. Turmeric is very good for getting rid of inflammation in the body. So since any meat will create inflammation in our body, so we have to put the antidote already. So to me, this is basically putting the medicine. Now, chipotle peppers, any type of pepper, red peppers, that will be excellent for you because not only high in antioxidants, but also it helps open the artery wall. So for people who have high blood pressure, peppers, any hot pepper, and the hotter, the better, the more antioxidants is them. Cinnamon. How many of you have ever had like problems remembering where you left your keys or remembering things?
Yeah, I don't remember anything like that.
Cinnamon is the best. Not only is anti-inflammatory, but it's also really good for boosting the memory. And then, of course, oregano. This is another. The oils of oregano is very good for bacteria, for antimicrobial, antifungal. It's very good also for people to have respiratory problems, like if you have a really rough cough. Oil of oregano, or put the oregano in your foods, and it actually helps.
Used in a lot of Italian cooking.
A lot of
Now,
Italian.
the name Tanti, it sounds Italian to me.
Well, tanti means plenty. It means
Plenty.
abundance. So that's
Yeah.
why today I'm wearing the color of abundance too.
So you're Nina is.
I'm actually from Nicaragua, but my
Nicaragua.
husband is Italian descent, Sicilian. Okay, so watch out.
That's like me.
Oh my
Man,
God! Now
no,
two
you
men
better-
in one day. Okay, and then we're gonna use sea salt. I like to use sea salt because it's over 80 trace minerals, and so a lot of times iodized salt it doesn't provide that. So I like to use a little bit of the sea salt as much as possible, Himalayan salt and all that.
That's great. You know,
So,
people have
mix
all
it
these
good.
spices in their cabinet and they never use them.
And they get old,
They get
exactly.
old, you're
So we
right.
want to make sure that
Oh,
the
they should
herbs are
last
nice and
maybe
fresh.
only about 6 months.
Well,
right?
usually my herbs only about 3 months, and I use organic, non-radiated, like basically
For 3
raw.
months,
So
you should
yeah.
almost date it when you
Date
get
'em,
it.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So now, Jim, if you can pass the chicken, so I'm going to
Okay.
show you how we're going to do this.
Okay, I'll do that.
And so,
I got my plastic.
so here's a
Fingers
tip.
here.
A lot of times the chicken breast is very thick, and so it takes a long time to cook. So we want to make sure when you get them nice and big, you can actually just butterfly them. So this one is already butterfly. Butterfly, what it means is just cut them in the middle, and then just tenderize it with a little bit with a mallet, just a tiny bit like
So you're
this.
not using the other.
No, because I don't want it to break.
Yeah, yeah.
So we want to make sure that it's
So if
still
you don't
intact.
have one of these special tools, you could use the back of a heavy pan, right?
A hammer too,
Yeah,
so
hammer
you guys
too.
don't have to run around and buy a mallet. You can
Yeah.
actually just get a hammer.
Okay.
And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the herbs.
You know, it's also kind of dietetic to do this because you think you're eating more because there's more, you know.
Exactly,
more.
exactly. So you basically, a little bit will go a long way.
Right.
So now
You don't
go
want to
ahead.
do it too much.
No,
right?
not too much. So go
Okay.
ahead and put it
Sorry.
in there. And then
So-
what we'll do is we've preheated this electric skillet here.
This
and
is kind
so-
of interesting. Some people have the egg and the flour and all that stuff. This you just
No,
put right on.
we don't want to do that.
You don't want to do too many.
Not too much, because then what we're wanting to do is prevention, and also we want to make sure that it's gluten-free. A lot of people have gluten intolerances, so we want to make sure that we do anything as much as possible to get
Oh, we
rid
need
of
to
the.
do that one. So I have to pound that one too.
Pound
right?
that one a little bit.
Okay.
In the meantime, I'm just gonna cover it. Wow, you're a great cook. You're experienced.
Does your husband help you cook?
Sometimes he's actually a great chef when he wants to. Okay, so a little bit in there. And then
Okay.
the last one. So that
You know,
was like
it smells so
that wa-
good already.
That was 2 chicken breasts. Can you believe it? So now
Wow.
we're feeding a family of 4 with 2 big, large chicken breasts.
You know, people complain about the global economy, the World Bank, and all this. It was actually spices that brought the world together because all the spices came from Asia, India, China, and Europe wanted these because they had terrible meat. They didn't have refrigeration. They needed pepper and spices.
Right.
So that brought the world. We're coming together now with these
Again,
spices.
we're coming back together. It's just a full circle. So now we're gonna leave this one behind
Okay.
because it won't fit. So I'll put it here. So we're just gonna cook that for a little bit. So just leave it half
So
open.
you have it at 425.
I have it at 425, and then what we'll do is we're
Leave
going
it a
to
little bit
leave it a
open.
little bit open, so that way it doesn't create too much moisture.
You
because
didn't put any oil in
No
it.
oil at all.
No
Because,
oil,
Well,
no.
no, chicken already has fat, so why need to add more fat to clog
Very
the arteries?
interesting. Now that's easy.
That
That's
is
really-
easy.
Now we're going to do the
So,
butternut squash.
Now we're going to do the butternut squash.
Okay.
This will be a very simple dish. We want to make sure that it's easy, fast, and delicious. So I'm going to have you do this part. I'm going to move this, this is like a blade. So rather than using like a knife,
It's like fun.
so I'm going to, okay, so nice and tight. So what we'll do with this, we're going to take the butternut squash. If you can find it back here, actually.
I don't see any butternut squash. Oh, you got
Right
it
here.
right there. Okay.
Right here. So
And this
number
is a
one.
butternut squash. You've seen these. They actually look like this with skin on. So you took the skin off and then seeded it, cut
Seeded
it in
it.
half, and here we go. So
Right.
now what do we do?
And so now what we'll do is we're gonna add, normally what you could do is roast the garlic. This has garlic. The ingredients that we're gonna use today is garlic, tomatoes. Garlic's very high in omega-3, so really good for reducing inflammation in the body. Then this is really high in vitamin C, very good for people who have prostate problems. We'll use the butternut squash. We're gonna use also the hot chilies. I'm really big on
Ooh,
the
I love
chilies
hot- I
just
love
because
hot
the chilies
chilies.
are very good for you as well. Like I said, good for the respiratory, good for the heart. And of course, again, this is something that for preventing bacteria, also good for colds.
Good old
and
garlic.
Good old garlic. So
Now that's not, is that roasted?
no, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna bring the stove right now.
Oh, we're going to cook some garlic. Oh, I
And
love
so
the
what
smell
we're
of
gonna do
garlic.
is we're gonna roast the garlic first.
Okay.
So
There we go.
here we go. So we'll put it over here. In the meantime, what we could do is you can chop up the butternut squash. And let me show you. Can I show you for a
Sure,
moment?
please, please.
Okay. So you come over here
Oh, I see.
and then just turn.
All right, so you could do this with a Cuisinart.
You can do this with a knife, but because we want to make it fast, I'm using this like salad
Okay,
master
great.
machine
So I can
here.
do that.
So
That's
go
okay.
ahead.
I thought you had to put it in here.
Okay, so now I'm gonna turn the heat up to medium. Meanwhile, I'm gonna toss the garlic in there. And we have a little bit of olive oil. Olive oil I don't really like to cook with because the vitamin E, which helps with the reducing the inflammation, when we cook it, it destroys. So, but when you cook it with garlic, that's why the Italians very rarely have problems, right? Because the combination of the garlic and
See,
the olive oil is very helpful.
Because they say about French food seems like it's so fat, but the French people don't seem to be, and it's because it's a mix of cheese and wine. and
Right.
everything together somehow works.
Right, so now what I have in here is I'm gonna roast the garlic. We're gonna roast the garlic for about 5 minutes. And how much? Okay, so now take the tomatoes.
Uh-huh.
And so now what we're gonna do, we don't need to put the tomatoes through there. What we'll do is I'm gonna have you bring it over here with the, actually we can put them straight. We'll put them a hole in there, okay?
The whole one.
The whole tomato, because it
Okay.
eventually is going to become
I see.
soft and it's
I
going
see.
to cook.
Okay, that makes it easy. Oh, I love that smell of garlic.
Yeah,
Reminds me of my grandmother's home.
Oh, I love garlic. Garlic is one of my favorite herbs. Okay.
Okay.
So the tip of the day is,
Wait, should we do anything first with this?
okay, let's put the
Let's do
tomatoes.
this. Let's get everything in there.
Let's turn it to low right here.
Okay.
Bring the tomatoes.
How
Give
many?
me 2 more.
3 tomatoes.
3 tomatoes. so
Whole
they'll get
tomatoes,
nice
that
and
makes it
roasted as
easy.
well.
And then we put the
And now put the butternut squash.
butternut squash. Boy, this is easy. That's
Oh,
it.
super easy. Okay.
Oh, it smells so
And
good,
it looks so
Jay.
good.
I love it.
And then we
Oh.
just cover it, and where are our chili flakes?
here's the
at?
chili
Do
flakes.
only about a teaspoon.
For me, I like a lot.
Here's a teaspoon. I'm just kidding. No, we'll just get like about a teaspoon.
You and Nina had the same sense of humor, you know? Who was it, from your mother or father? Or just came along?
I don't know. I think
I think it's all this good food. You said this food
It's the fun food.
gives you up.
Yeah, it
good
keeps you
spirit.
energy and it gives you good
That must
spirit.
be it.
So we're gonna leave that, cook it for about 10 minutes, and then the tomatoes will be nice and soft. And of course, add a little bit of water just before you serve it, otherwise it'll be too.
Okay, let's do our tip, and then we'll come back to that, and maybe you could add the water then, okay?
Okay.
Great. Stay tuned for our tip. We're ready for our 1-minute tip, and I could see and I could smell coriander. What are you going to show
Yeah,
us?
this is
Jay?
coriander, also known as cilantro. And let me tell you, when you get your cilantro, make sure that you wash it really good because a lot of times there's a little bit of dirt. And let me tell you the benefits of cilantro. A lot of times people ingest heavy metals, I don't know, through the environment, through the cookware that they use, through the water and kind of thing. Cilantro has been actually deemed by the American Dental Association that helps chelate heavy metals from your brain. So if by chance, you know, you suspect that you have too much heavy metal toxicity in the body, start drinking cilantro tea. I use it a lot in different areas. I take the little edge. This one you can use it for juicing it, and then we're gonna use just the leaves to add it to our soup or to add it to salads. Also, the best part is if you buy lettuce already made, like your salads, what we're gonna make sure is put cilantro so it preserves it, so it prevents salmonella and E. coli that is actually sometimes present in a lot of the vegetables.
Interesting. And it's easy to grow, too, in your backyard.
Oh, amazing.
It grows like a weed, right?
Exactly, yeah.
And so you use it in your tea. How do you put it? You put it in the hot water and like just like tea?
Just like tea. So basically you boil the water. You don't want to boil it with it because then you will lose the chlorophyll. We boil the water first, and then once the water is boiled, let it sit for about 5 minutes, then add the cilantro, cover it, let it sit for about 5 minutes, and drink it. It is the most amazing, delicious, very healing for the body and also very cooling for the body.
Wow, that's good for winter, right?
That one is actually good for winter, summer, spring, and autumn. So let's have cilantro all year round.
Well, the soup is cooking, and now you're going to put in a little water.
I'm going to add a little bit of water.
About how much?
Probably about a cup. Just a
Okay.
cup because the tomatoes will actually release some of its moisture.
Okay.
And then this is when I add the sea salt now because as I said before earlier, there's over 84 trace minerals on sea salt. And when we put it at the beginning, then it washes off. So we want to make sure that just before we serve it, that we add approximately a teaspoon
Not very
of the
much,
sea
just a little
salt.
bit,
Not very
yeah.
much.
Okay.
So just let it cook for another 10 more minutes. The entire soup takes about 15 minutes to
15
to
minutes,
make.
that's all,
So 5
okay.
minutes to roast the butternuts with the tomatoes, and about maybe 5 more minutes for the butternut squash with the tomatoes to cook.
Great. So now we're going to do a special salad.
A special salad,
Well,
yeah.
what-
And we're gonna get this machine again. Because I
And
want to
what do we call this salad?
This is a kelp noodle salad.
Kelp?
Kelp. So basically, let me show you. A lot of times people are being diagnosed with thyroid problems, okay?
Yeah.
And the thyroid problem is but also because we have an influx of a lot of soy in our environment. So we want to make sure that because a lot of things have already soy, and for some people it's good, but some people it's not good. I really look at food like foods that some heal and some actually kill. So we want to make sure that we do some healing food. So this comes from the ocean. So this is basically like an algae. This is kind of something
I've done diving on the kelp.
Oh, there you
Yeah.
go. So that's one of them.
So next time I'll pick a few leaves. And
Pick a few and bring them to
Now
me.
you get this at the Asian section or
That you get at the Asian section. In
Asian
fact,
section of your grocery store.
yeah, sometimes-
Kelp noodles. It's a refrigerated section. or-
yeah, refrigerated section, and
Okay.
you find them more so at the health food store.
I got
Yeah,
it.
so any of
Okay.
the health food stores, they're actually going to be doing that. So I'm going to turn this one a little bit down. And so what we're going to do is we're going to use some radishes.
I hear
okay?
radishes are very good for you. I'm reading more and more about radishes.
Radishes are very high in selenium and also very high in sodium. So they're very good for your skin. So early enough, you remember how we can actually put them in there? And then you can just press And then you can cut your radishes, so you can make like a really nice.
Neat little contraption. I like it.
And then let's put some zucchini as well, or cucumber. Actually,
Cucumber
that's
here.
cucumber.
That's a cucumber.
So go ahead. Why don't you go ahead and put it through the back?
Do we, the whole thing?
The whole thing. No,
Oh,
you can.
just
You
like this?
just like
Oh, wow.
turn.
Oh my goodness, wow. Man, I gotta get me one of these things.
I know. I'm gonna have to give you one now since you invited me to your show.
Yeah, so there we go. Man.
The whole thing. So you see, you don't have to waste any time. So let me
Okay.
pass all this thing to you. So if you want to make your celery, you know how this string?
Like one stalk?
Just hold on. The string is this is very hard to digest.
Oh, so
okay?
you have to go
no,
like
no,
this?
No, no, no,
Oh.
Let me show you. This is the beautiful thing, that we can actually do it together. If you go through towards the back like this,
Yeah.
then we can take
Oh
all
my
the string
goodness,
out.
wow.
Right, so.
Another nice thing with this little gadget of yours.
Yeah, so go ahead and do this one yourself.
Yeah, but those of you at home don't have
Yeah,
this.
if you don't
Then
have that,
you use the
do
Jim,
the whole
Jim
thing.
Doty trick.
Yes, yes.
Okay, here you go. Now you could use a Cuisinart for those
you
who
can
don't
use
have
a
it. And I have
Cuisinart.
to tell you, Jay, not too many people have this thing.
Why not?
I know they should.
This has been around for over
should
50
get it.
years. Okay, so
See,
now
look at that. Cool.
we call it that, no strings attached. Oh, so now put the apple,
A whole apple.
a whole apple, so you hold it in your hand like that.
But
and-
watch your fingers there now, Jay.
Exact. Well, you can just throw it in the
Oh,
mouth.
and now you can put the whole thing in
You
there.
can put the whole
yeah,
thing.
I'm more
but
of a believer
you
in
just
this
have
thing.
to press a little. Oh my goodness. So there we go. Very nice. So any big chunks,
Where do you
take
get
it
this thing? It's kind of neat.
Well,
whole
I
carrot.
actually have them at Happy Cooking.
Happy cooking.
That's where I do a lot of my shows, at Happy Cooking. So we ask.
Where's that at?
In Fullerton.
Oh,
Yeah, we're like about.
Happy Cooking. You may want to underwrite our show here with that nice little advertisement. Oh, you don't want to get. How about the little green thing on the
That's
top?
it. Just stop right there.
Okay.
Stop at the little green thing.
Is that it?
Where that's
If you have
it.
any other trash, you can.
We have another veg.
You can put anything in this
Wait
thing.
a second. We
Yeah.
have to add some vitamin C. So each vegetable, you want to make sure that you see it as a nutrient.
Wow.
So let's add
The skin and all.
the skin. I'm going to give you the
Oh, just
lemon.
the skin.
And then we're going to put the juice. Okay? So you go ahead and do the lemon for me.
Just
and
the
then-
same way.
The same
Just
way.
getting the
and
zest.
Then what I'm,
We're just
get
getting the zest. But you have to watch.
And then-
watch your fingers on this one. I don't want any members of our viewing audience calling me, telling me about their chopped fingers. So yeah, it's pretty easy. Just kind of.
See, that's what the
Kinda let it
that's
roll.
what the Sicilians were doing, you know, in Italy. They're using this machine to get the fingers. Finger foods. Okay, so now let's juice it up. Go ahead, that's good enough.
Okay.
And now use this part, just hold it with a, watch your fingers.
Oh, just the juice.
Oh, just the juice.
Just the
so,
juice.
Yes. You can
Okay.
use the palm and you'll be okay.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna cut the
Very
lemon.
nice. Man, you can do all kinds of things with this. Okay, so now I got the juice out.
Okay. All right, so
Oh, more of these? Okay,
oh, more
I'll
of
keep
these,
doing
yeah,
them.
because
Okay.
this is basically our salad dressing. So we're creating a salad dressing using the fruits and vegetables, stuff that you can make at home.
Yeah.
You can just go to the supermarket, and then you can do your juice right there rather than getting a juicer.
Man,
They
this is, I have to
fresh
tell you,
juice
this is
every day.
really one healthy salad.
And lots of fiber too.
I
The
can't wait
most
to see what you're gonna do with the
fiber and
noodles.
antioxidants.
Okay.
So that's the cool thing. And then we're gonna add some lemon. So, and I'll give you a tip in a moment. Where is the best part? Where you find the vitamin C in the citrus?
Okay.
Okay. So now let's move this. Take it out. And what we're going to come up with, you can just leave it there.
Okay.
If you can get the, we're gonna add the noodles. Since you got the gloves, what I'd like you to do is get half of the kelp noodles and then break them apart and add them to it.
You mean,
Yeah, like that. Show them how
Man.
big they come. You can use a knife. I can use a knife for
Man.
that.
these little things are, well, it's like kelp. I guess it's hard to.
And so break them apart like that.
I see.
So it's like a noodle. So you
Yeah.
can use the same thing with rice noodles as well. So go ahead and mix it all up really good. In the meantime, we're gonna use the dressing.
Smells so fresh.
Okay, for the dressing, we have 4 tablespoons of sesame seed oil. Then we're gonna use 1 teaspoon of chili paste. You can use any one. I use the sambal type. And then we're gonna add a little bit of cilantro. And that's our dressing right here to make it a little bit. So this is like, we're gonna give it an Asian flair.
So this is the cilantro. We're not using it for tea now.
No, we're not using it for tea. You notice how I put it on everything.
Ooh.
So go ahead, mix it really good. Really good till it's got all the taste. And then let's
So
add
the only oil is the sesame oil.
sesame oil. Let's add some cabbage because cabbage is really high in fiber, high in vitamin C. And then of course, the more color that you have on your vegetables, the better it is. So we're gonna use this other red cabbage as well. So we get a lot of color.
Now, does
Yeah.
your Sicilian husband like this kind of stuff?
Oh, he loves. We have this stuff for breakfast. Absolutely, because you know, breakfast, think about it. When we have breakfast, it's to break the fast. We've been sleeping all night long. The body's repairing and replenishing.
Yeah.
So the last thing that the body wants is a what? A bacon and eggs.
Yeah.
They want something, some fiber to help get
So he
rid
doesn't
of
say,
all
hey,
the-
where's my frittata?
No, that's for lunch. That's for lunch.
I see, okay.
Okay, so that's the salad.
Yeah, it certainly
What
smells
a
good.
gorgeous salad. That's delicious. I'm so proud of you. And then let's add the tamari. So instead of salt, this is like a non-fermented soy sauce. So that's instead of
So you
using
get that in
soy
the
sauce,
Asian.
you can get this. This is organic
Tamari soy sauce.
soy sauce.
If you
can
don't
buy
have that, you could put in regular soy?
a regular soy. It's just
Okay.
like if you're watching your intake of sodium, this is a great alternative. for you to
Great, that's
use.
good to know.
Yeah, it's good to know. Oh, the soup is nice. I can see
Okay,
it.
so now we go
So-
with the chicken. There we go. Remember, this is chicken, no oil, and it looks all nice and beautifully browned. Oh, it's nice, beautiful. Get this. Oh, how beautiful. Okay.
And then we put the salad. We had some. You got some salads in there.
Okay,
so
now
the
put some salad. Maybe I should. I'm gonna do something neat here. I'm gonna put the salad.
The salad first.
Yeah, and then I love to layer things. You know,
All
it
right,
just
so
kind of
go
gets the
ahead.
flavor sometimes of the chicken juices, then go on the salad, and it kind of makes it a pretty presentation, like this. Of course, it's nice when you could do it neatly, and you just do that. How's Okay, so we have that.
And then we have the roasted garlic and butternut squash
Maybe
soup.
to make it pretty, I'll just take a little cilantro on the side here. How's that?
That looks nice.
Okay.
And then what we need is a little bit of the chips. We're gonna do a tricolor.
And maybe a little cilantro?
Oh yeah. And then a little cilantro on the top.
Now, is that the Italian or Mexican flag?
That is the Italian flag. Depends how you want to look at it. So there we
Wow,
go. So
look at that.
Look at how quickly we make this whole
Chicken,
entire
no
delicious-
oil, and it's beautifully brown. That incredible, I can't wait to try it with the, I can't wait. I have
In fact, since you cannot wait, you might as well do
I have
it
to
now.
try those noodles.
Oh,
I've
those
I don't think
noodles.
I've never had kelp
Oh, let me
noodles.
tell you, those taste buds of yours, they're just gonna
Oh,
fly
man.
up the roof. I might have to get you off the roof.
Mmm,
Mamma mia!
excellent, wonderful. Mmm,
Molto bene?
I gotta have some of the chicken.
Benissimo.
Oh.
I want to
You
hear
keep-
that. I
you
want to
keep-
hear that
You
Italian.
keep talking, I'm gonna be eating.
Oh, come on. I want to hear the Italian.
Mm.
Oh, that is so yummy. Well, thank you for having me on the show. I'm really excited to be here. I love working with you today, and I trust that one day you're going to come to my cooking class and be my
Love it.
my guest on my show.
And I want you to bring Nina, and we can have dueling Nina and Jay together.
I don't know if you can handle us both.
We'll have the vegan with the
With the flexitarian.
flexitarian. Thanks for being on the show.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Cooking and Kids. My name is Vlada Vladic.
Together with my son Marco and daughter Michaela, I'm on a mission to teach American families how to cook and eat healthy.
Watch out, junk food, because here we come. Come and join us as we create new recipes and learn old world cooking skills. This show is for all of you young cooks and gardeners. So let's get it done and let's have some fun.
Welcome back to Cooking and Kids. I have a special surprise for you today. It's going to be not just good looking and delicious, but it's also going to be super nutritious. And to help me create this special recipe, my son Marco has volunteered to help. By the way, Marco has been helping me in the kitchen for years now. He started practically when he was just about 2 years old, 3 years old, just kind of sitting on a counter and helping with little things. Today, and particularly this morning, he was offering to make a breakfast entirely by himself, and he's perfectly capable. So we are with you today to teach you recipes that you, with your parents, could create as well, and you can sometimes surprise your mom and dad with a good breakfast. Most of you know how to make pancakes, and majority of people make pancakes straight from the box, right? You add a little water, and that's the end of it. Well, we don't want to do that. What we would like to create today is the art of pancakes. They are offering not just a good taste, but a ton of nutrition. And why do kids need nutrition?
So they can boost their immune systems and so they don't get sick more easily.
That's awesome. That's one of the reasons. Good nutrition will also give you the energy for your brain so you can learn better. Okay, you can play harder, you can grow better, and all this good stuff that food can provide for young bodies and old bodies too, right? So we are starting with a few different ingredients, but the outcome will be excellent. One thing that we're doing different is using healthier pancake mix. This one is not made just out of the white flour. It's actually made out of 7 different grains, and all 7 of these grains are whole grains, which means that whoever made this have used the whole seed, not just the inner part of a seed, but entire seed, which means that they use the skin and they use all these good things that seeds offer to our bodies. So we have 7 different grains in here, like wheat, rye, barley, and all kinds of other good things, which just alone as it is offers so much more nutrition than ordinary pancake mix. So if you don't do anything else, what we are trying to do here, just by choosing the right pancake mix, you can create better and healthier pancakes. But that's not it. We are adding something else. We are adding some nuts to our pancakes, and in this case we're using almonds. Ground almonds are awesome for your skin, for your brain, for your heart, for your veins, for your muscles. I'm going to talk pretty much everything because they are loaded with superpower. Not just super energy, but superpower. You eat good nuts, you're going to have energy like no one else. So what else are we using for our recipe today, Martha?
Well, in order to make pancakes, you have to have eggs. These aren't the eggs that you usually get in stores. These are from my chickens, and they're a lot better to have it from your chickens because most chicken eggs are put through machines, and the yolk inside churns so much it could actually sometimes get a little bad.
I think Marco is trying to tell us that our homegrown eggs are better than the ones that are factory produced. And in a kid's mind, it's factory, where in most cases it's just caged chickens, right?
Yeah.
Right. but they do go through factories. Eggs come out and there's a line and it just looks like a big chicken factory, right? So what do you think homegrown eggs are better than those
Ones in stores.
ones in stores, right? What's the difference between the chicken that you have and the chicken that's in a cage?
Well, the difference is the chickens that are in cages, they usually don't let them out that much, and so they don't really get the exercise, and so they only eat like one certain type of food.
That's
so
true.
the eggs will always come out the same way.
Yeah, that's true.
But chickens that we have, we let them out, and so like they can go around and eat some weeds and bugs,
Which is also good for them,
Yes.
right? Right.
and they still eat their food, and they can spread their wings and get healthy exercise.
Very important. Just like kids need to exercise, if you want to be healthy, chickens need to exercise too. They need sunshine and they need green stuff. We eat salads, they eat grass, and all the good stuff. Well, these we definitely will add a lot more taste and nutrition
Yes,
to a recipe.
definitely.
Definitely. Okay, so we got good eggs as well. And do you know what I got here?
Olive oil.
Olive oil. We're adding some good fat to our recipe. And why are the good fats important? Do you know?
Good fats like this olive oil. It's better than the ones in stores because the ones in stores they usually don't use the whole olive to make all the oil, and so probably this one probably they use the whole olive and they take all the juice out and they take all the nutrients and they put it into this so other people can enjoy it.
Well, Marco was semi-close. You know, it's very interesting to learn how, what the perspective on these things is from kids, and I'm glad that we didn't have a chance to prepare you. Olive oil is definitely better for you, and the reason why it's just because getting the oils from the olives contain certain ingredients. They're really good for our body, and it's very easy to get oil from olives. In a lot of instances, we get oil from different vegetables, which is not that easy to withdraw. And in the process of getting the oil from these vegetables, oil somehow changes its molecules, which is not always the best for us. So good olive oil is good again for your heart, right? For your body, just like the almonds are. So we got olive oil, we got good flour with 7 grains, we got almonds, we got blueberries, good eggs. I'm just talking about a lot of good omega in the eggs, in the almonds, and tell everybody what do we have here.
What we have here is goat milk. Why it's better than regular milk is because goat milk has more like nutrients in it.
Easy on your tummy.
Yes.
It's easy on your tummy. And for those of you who can't have dairy, you can easily substitute this goat milk or regular milk with almond milk. Almond milk tastes good too, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Why don't we start? Okay, we're excited to cook, but more than that, we are hungry and we really want to get some pancakes in our belly. So, Marco, I'm going to go ahead and start with the pancake mix.
And I'll break the eggs.
You can break the eggs. Okay, I need 2 eggs for this recipe.
2.
Okay, let's just do this. You go with 2 eggs and break them in here just to make sure that we don't have any skin, any shell. All right. We're going to need 1.5 cups of the pancake mix. Okay. How's that coming along? Oh, look at you. Good job.
Mom, ready to put the eggs in?
Yes, go ahead. We're going to 2 eggs. Next, I want to add 1 cup of these almonds. Can you get me 1 cup of that? Yep. By adding almonds or any nuts to your recipe, you're adding a lot of protein, a lot of fiber, and a lot of good oils, which are really important for our bodies, especially for our brain and our veins. And these little heads and these little brains need a good fat in order for them to learn well. So we got some almonds, and you put almost 1 cup, right?
Yeah.
Just want to add a little bit more. Okay, can you mix that for me? Okay, I'm going to add oil and milk now. Marco is working on getting the right texture for the pancakes, and it's very important to start with a thicker mixtures. This way you can incorporate all the ingredients really well. So I'm going to add milk slowly. And you continue to mix, Marco.
I'll get some in there.
And kids, when you do such a work, it's very important to grab hold of the dish that you're working with. Marco, can I show him something? I always have one hand on a dish, which means I'm controlling the dish so it doesn't slip and go down, right? And when I have a control on the dish, then this hand, it has an easier task. Otherwise, if you do this, it goes everywhere. You do that, if you hold the dish, and see you can turn the dish as well as you mix, you can use the other hand to turn things around. This way you're far more efficient. So let's see how you do it, Marco. One hand on a dish, hold it like that, very good. All right, then I'm going to add a little more milk. Okay. As you can tell, we're getting the right consistency, and we're going to continue to add a little more milk. So this is the first cup, right?
Yep, first
Okay.
cup of milk.
All right, go slow.
Goat milk.
Goat milk. We're using goat milk because we said it's easier on our tummies. Marco and my daughter just like it, but almond milk, as I said, will work just as fine. Coconut milk might be good too. Could you need help?
I could.
You can? Yeah, let me see what I can do for you here. Okay. I'd like to know that I'm still stronger than you, Marco. I think I still have like, what, another 3 years where I can call myself stronger than you, and then you're going to outgrow me and be stronger than Mama. So it kind of makes me feel good that I can still do this better than you, at least for now. Okay, so smell it and tell me what can we do to make it even more fragrant?
We can
What do we
put
have
some-
here that we could use?
We can put this.
What is this? What is that? Smell it.
Vanilla.
Vanilla. So let's put some vanilla. What do you see? We put about 1 teaspoon. Okay?
Fun fact, when you're pouring like something like this, so you don't spill it all over the table, you do it over the dish.
Well, excuse me. Thank you very much for the lesson. I learned something. Where did you learn that?
You.
So you know by this lesson that he must have spilled a lot of things. Otherwise, this lesson would not stay with him if I didn't repeat it hundreds of times,
Yes.
right? So, okay, let's see what it smells like now.
Smells a lot better.
I love it. Well, we're making almond pancakes, and you know what I decided? I found some pure almond extract, and I was thinking just to put 2 or 3 drops, just to kind of make it even better. So, just a little bit because this is super strong. Okay? Ah, can you smell that now?
Smells
Completely different.
Yes.
Ah, oh, this is gonna be good. Okay, all right, we're almost done. 1 more cup of milk. And then you know what we're gonna do next? Let's do this slowly. Keep mixing if you can. I'll help you with the dish. We are gonna go and create our own sauce for these pancakes. So no fake corn syrup, no fake maple syrup. We're gonna create something that's far better than that, and it's super easy.
Did you know that our brain is made of 60% fat?
No,
Yes.
60% is fat?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means that our brain is very, it's hard to explain.
Does that mean that, do we spend that fat when we think?
Yes.
Hard thoughts?
So when we
We
eat
do.
good food, we put more fat in our brain, so we can think more better.
So does that mean that we need to put a good fat in our brain, our bodies and in our brain? Or what will happen?
Or we can go unsmart.
Unsmart? Okay, did you hear that, guys? We can go unsmart. And what Marco's trying to say, the brain is made of fat cells, which means if we're gonna maintain it and replace some of these cells, we need to eat good fats.
Yes.
he has an excellent point here, and I can't say enough how important it is to get enough of good fats in our bodies, particularly in the kids' bodies. So almonds, fish, olive oil, and there are many other resources that we can use to mix with regular food like we're doing today, just to kind of enhance the amount of the omega-3 in their bodies. I'm very glad that he understands the concept. I need a good fat in order for my brain to think right, and that is absolutely true. All right, we want these pancakes to be extra soft, so I'm adding a half a cup of water. Or maybe I'm just trying to rescue my son because he's really sweating here with his thick batter. So, Marco, is it easier now?
What?
The batter?
Yes.
Does it help?
Yes.
All right. We're going to let the batter rest, and we're going to go and do something else. Making the sauce, and we're going to do that with the blueberries and sugar, nothing else. And then we're going to make our own whipped cream, because I don't want kids to be deprived of any goodness. My goal here is to teach kids to make their own food and eat as natural as possible.
Yes.
And if we could accomplish that, we can make tremendous change in general health of children in America.
That's like the whole point of cooking with kids.
It is. The whole point of what we're doing here is to get everybody excited and teach them how to cook and say, okay, you don't have to stop eating good foods. Just pick the good ingredients and make your own, and to avoid all the preservatives and all the other junk that comes with prepackaged and pre-made foods, right? Okay. So, Mr. Vladik, would you be kind enough to show everybody how easy it is to make pancake syrup?
Well, how easy? It's very easy. You only need actually 2 things.
Which are?
Blueberries.
And you got about, what, 2 cups here?
Yes.
2 cups, okay.
Little 2 cups.
Okay.
And sugar, but this is not the best type, but it's sugar.
Okay. And can you tell everybody why are we using just the regular sugar? Because why we didn't ask them to use the raw sugar today?
Well, sometimes it's okay to have sometimes some things that are not good for you, but it's usually we use this one today because
Okay, well, the actual reason why we're using just the plain sugar is to say it's okay, because I'm quite sure that all of you have the regular sugar in your home. So usually when we cook, we use raw sugar. But a lot of people don't even know what the raw sugar is, and some people are even afraid. It's like, no, I'm not putting that in my recipe. So, okay, you must have the regular sugar, which is still better than using corn syrup and using pancake syrups from the store, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't have to be super healthy, but this is still a good choice compared to the regular syrup. Okay, so put the berries in there. And we have half a cup of sugar. For those of you who know and have used the raw sugar before, I would say go with raw sugar. The flavor is just as good. Okay. And what's the next step?
Add a little water.
Do you think we should, or should we just let the berries release their juices?
Berries release their juices.
Let's try it. Let's see what happens if we don't use the water.
What you usually do when you're going to turn on the fire, you mostly want a parent right next to you and you mostly want this facing towards you, so it's easier, so you don't have to go like this and accidentally, like if you have a long sleeve, you could burn your long sleeve. And if you have a parent right next to you, if you turn on the fire but the gas is still going, but the fire's not going, and then finally if the fire turns on, it could go like that, really big, and then you can get on fire. So you always want a parent guidance with you to make sure everything's okay, because you can spill it on you and the hot liquid could burn you and you could get into serious trouble.
So what you were trying to tell about the handle to your friends is that the handle should not ever stay like this, because when you cook and move, you can somehow, kind of push it and spill everything on you, right? You should not have it too far, because when you're trying to reach, you can burn yourself. You should keep it like this. It's handy enough, but yet it's still out of the way. Right? Right. The berries are starting to cook already. Let's get a mixing spoon. Already reducing their juices, and it's going to take only minutes. That's how easy it is to make sauces like this. So I would say practically in 5 to 6 minutes, you can have a nice syrupy sauce with the big chunks of fresh fruit for your pancakes. So how easy is this? So easy, even kids can do it. Okay, a couple of more minutes with our blueberries, and while the blueberries getting done, let's make really good whipped cream. Okay, I have some whipping cream here, 2 cups exactly. So why don't you go and pour that in? All right.
2 cups.
Okay, every drop. I don't like wasting food. Okay, I'm very funny about that. It's my grandmother in my head. They always says, oh, every drop. Here, like this. Because there are too many kids who are hungry in this world, all right? There you go. All right. And I often tell my kids, they want to know why I'm so strict about not wasting food. Well, one of the reasons is that this planet of ours goes through so much to deliver this food to us. We do so many things to Earth to produce foods like this, and I think we should honor it by not wasting it. So that's one of the reasons. I'll tell you about the rest in the next episodes. So, okay, let's whip this. Can you do the mixer?
Yep.
Can you do the mixer without splattering it all around the kitchen? Are you sure?
Very sure.
Are you sure? That's a dangerous weapon. All right, sir? You were cleaning kitchen after we're done? Okay, here's the tip. Wait a minute. Keep it straight up. You have a less chance of getting it all around the kitchen. You gotta trust them, even if they make a mess. Keep it straight as much as you can. All right, blueberries are done. So I'm going to turn the fire off because I want to preserve some of these blueberries. We have enough syrup on the bottom, and I'm just going to let it sit and cool while Marco finishes off the whipped cream. This is the consistency we were looking for. See,
Yes.
It's staying on a whisk, which means it's nice and hard. So now we can add sugar. And we are adding only about 1/3 cup of sugar. You ready? Put it all in. Okay, it looks like a lot of sugar, but it's actually not too much. And we're only going to use a little bit of this on our pancakes. Now watch me made it. Watch me whip. Can you do that? Because I can't. How do you do it? Show me. Okay, does anybody else knows how to do it so I can do it? Do you know? How? Show me. My crew is too serious. All right, so let's finish up this.
Yes.
Get the fire going and heat up the pan. And the pan needs to be preheated before you put your pancakes, but of course you all know that, right? And the texture here looks good. All right, we're gonna wait a few minutes for the pan to preheat. Okay, Marco and I want to clarify something about these pancakes. These pancakes are a little bit more crumbly than regular pancakes. And one of the reasons is because they are made of 7 grains, which means they have a lot of fiber inside. And in addition to that, there's about a half of the recipe containing almonds. And these little granules will actually, you'll be able to taste them when you eat your pancakes. So when the recipe's done and you're eating your pancakes, don't think that you did something wrong. I want you to know that that is how texture is supposed to be. Put it in the middle. All right. Look at that baby. Should we make them big or small? What do you like better?
Make them bigger.
Bigger? So give me another half. Not a whole thing, not a half. All right. Very good. Okay, now just a little patience. And we're gonna have a first pancake in a heartbeat. And the question is, who is going to have the first pancake? Me? Well, thank you. You're such a gentleman.
This is a good sign because when a pancake's about ready, all these bubbles are popping on the top.
Marco, that looks ready. So here's a little tip, and I know you know this, but for all of you who have not flipped a pancake before, the good thing to do is to go on one side. Instead of going in the middle, try to go on one side. This way, it's will be easier to flip it. You see what I did? So,
That
okay,
looks
next one.
really good.
That does look good. The color is perfect. And touch it. It's very nice and soft.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's really delicious. I think even without a sauce and a whipped cream, it would be good. All right. So once you flip the pancake, you only need about 30 seconds on the other side. It's ready. Okay, Marco, this is a pre-test. We want to make sure that before we share this with our crew and we advertise this to everybody else, that this is edible. Because we have doubts that this will be good. Mmm. Oh my goodness. This is what food should taste like. It should make you happy, and it should be good for you. So that's the kind of stuff I like the best. Food that's good for me, and it works for me, and food that tastes really good. And this is definitely it. Wait a minute. I'm supposed to try this too.
No, you already did.
What do you say? What do you think? Good?
1 out of 10, I'll give it a 20.
Mmm.
So good.
We did it. And hopefully you will try the recipe, and next weekend, together with your parents, you'll take a little extra time, put this recipe together, and try it for yourself, because this is really exceptional. Oh my goodness. Marco, we gotta get back to cooking. Okay. Come on. Oh, this is even fluffier. Look at this one. Recipes like this are so easy to make. And this is my message to all of you, that with similar recipes and with fun that we can create in the kitchen, there are so many things that we can do when it comes to childhood obesity. All right, so we're ready to finish up, and to do that, you're just gonna stack a few of these babies together and go with the whipped cream. And by the way, if you look to my left, you can tell that Marco and my crewmen have already inflicted some damage to pancakes. And I'm really pleased to say that they are approved. So, here we go. Whipped cream, and let's just add a little bit of this sauce. Can you get another plate, Marco? All right, thank you. Let's make this pretty. Now, you can use butter in between the pancakes as you layer them. This is just to finish it off. To make it even prettier, Marco brought some mint from outside. And how easy is that? Okay? You don't have to be a chef to make dishes like this. Simple, easy, good for you and your family, and above all, it was fun making it.
Hello and welcome to Quality of Life. Today our subject deals with education, and joining us today are the principals from Sheboygan North and Sheboygan South. For Sheboygan North we have Jason Bull, principal. Welcome, Jason.
Thank you for having me.
Excellent. And then from Sheboygan South we have Mike Trimberger.
Thank you for having me.
You bet. Start off with how long have you guys been in the roles that you are principal, roughly?
I'll be concluding my 3rd year as principal at North, and I was an associate principal at North for 3 years prior to that.
Okay. Mike?
I was fortunate. I think Jason and I, it was the same summer we got hired. So this is also my 3rd year, so we've kind of got to sharpen our teeth together in some cases. And before that, I was an elementary principal at Sheridan Elementary in Sheboygan for 3 years.
Okay, great. When we talk about education and how it deals with quality of life, how is that relation and how do they play one role play with the other? Or what influence does education have on one's quality of life? Start off with.
I think one of the things that we try to convey to our students is being a lifelong learner. What can you do to make sure that you're always learning? There's a lot of different pathways that students can choose career-wise, going right into the workforce, going into 2-year college, 4-year college, things like that. It doesn't matter as long as you're a lifetime learner and you're always trying to strive to get better, it's going to make you better at whatever you do.
I think along with that, we talk to our students about education should, in addition to a lifelong piece, it should provide an opportunity to be successful and to be happy. And success and happiness must be measured by our individual students and prepare them to make a positive impact in their community.
Mm-hmm. Piggyback onto that, why is education so important?
I think there's a lot of information out there that says that the level of education can be correlation to how much your salaries are going to be. So, in some cases for people, the level of education can be how much you're going to make, satisfaction of jobs, things like that. But really, as you look at it from a community standpoint, the better educated community we have, the more successful we're going to be as a community. The better we're going to be from our people and engineers to our CEOs to our students that are going to work on production lines or work in other areas. The more educated they are, the better they're going to be able to give to the Sheboygan community.
I would totally agree. A more educated, informed population turns into a well-functioning, thriving community.
Okay. You're from the high school education, but you have dealings with kids come in from elementary as well as then on to college. Is there any certain type of education that is more influential on our quality of life? Like high school education to life experiences to, does it all fit together as part of a transit, or is there one more influential than the other?
Sure. I think it truly is. High school, elementary are all pieces of a puzzle. There's no doubting the power and impact of the early stages of life where it's not formal education, but it's experiential. Mm-hmm. It's learning traditions and culture. Experiential learning is continued through all ages, but coupled with formal education, those are the many pieces of the puzzle that provide a well-rounded, again, educated and informed individual.
And I'm really getting excited with some of the things that we're doing in the district with technology about how much we can personalize learning. Because, elementary and middle school, those foundations are so important. In high school, as the brain matures, they get different biases, different things like that. And when we can start personalizing and saying, this is the level, this means lifelong learning to me, or this means lifelong learning to me, can be totally different. And when we can individualize and break that down, that's when we can really get to that next level of education and make sure that everybody's learning to their potential.
I think that really goes back to success and happiness as measured by that individual. Mm-hmm. As Mike said, it's personalized. So if we can provide opportunities for our students to be exposed to many things, different courses, different experiences, they will find their niche. They will be happy, they will be successful as they measure it, and in turn be good community members.
And I think what you mentioned there, Jason, are key elements to, one's measure of quality of life. They're happy. They feel good. They've got their bounce, their step when they get out of bed in the morning. They're happy to go to work or whatever activity they're going to do. They're contributing to their community and their other areas, which in turn helps other people, increase their quality of life. So I think those are all key factors, as well. And I think it's a balance between all of them. And the reason why I say that is I know some people who, really high salary, while money, or income is obviously helps to contribute, but if you're miserable in other things, are you really happy and do you have a quality of life? If you hate, getting up and going to work, or, I really don't want to do this, I think that can take a toll on somebody as well.
Absolutely.
Well, the quote that I love that I put at each one of my emails is from Abe Lincoln: "Whatever you are, be a good one." And I think that really, when it fits very well in education, because it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter where you're at. If you are a lifelong learner and you enjoy what you do, you'll be good at it. And really, that's what we want. We all want to get to a level that we can be happy with our professional life, with our personal life, with the things we're doing in the community. And that's a powerful statement.
I would agree. With the educational process, they always say, we learn, probably our brain will absorb as much in probably till we're about 10 years old or whatever the figure is. Is there a certain age limit or age range that really is more influential or can be more directed than others, in the process?
We had Career Connections a couple weeks ago, and we likened educating the young mind to a sponge, because students don't have those predispositions, because they don't have that. The information they get, they absorb from all different areas. But when you start educating the mature mind, it's more like trying to pour water into a bottle. They have things they're interested in, and you have to get those interests to make sure that you can fill that bottle with knowledge. And when you see that, and you can know that younger minds will absorb anything they can, older minds, you need to be a little more prescriptive, and you need to know that you're hitting those interest things to really make sure you're engaging them. That's when you can really start saying that any mind can learn, even the oldest minds, as long as you hit those pieces that they're looking for.
And again, as you touched on, the research is clear that the earlier stages of our lives are the most impactful for skills and abilities. But as Mike said, there's no doubting it ties into that personalized learning. If we can hook any student, whether 17 or 77, if they have interest, it's engaging, we can teach them.
My next question kind of ties into what you were alluding to, Mike, is, as times have changed, how has education requirements changed with it to keep up with life? And where I'm going with this is I'm working on an initiative at my IT position, over at the city, and I'm calling it the speed of life. Used to say, change at the speed of business or change at the speed of light, or one thing that's constant is change. But what I'm seeing now through the technology and the rush of one's lifestyles, you basically have to keep up with the speed of life as it's changing. So with that in your sponge analysis, is there some point you have to wring that sponge out so it can, soak more, or to that point?
I think the transition we're seeing in education right now is the whole mode in how we educate. If you go back 5 years to 50 years, the mode was the teacher was the person pouring the water on the sponge, and then the students were the sponge absorbing it. And what we're seeing more and more now is with the information that's out there and the access we have, when the teacher can be the facilitator and the sponge can kind of find their water with different ways and using technologies to use the World Wide Web to collaborate with their peers. That's the way education I see changing mostly, and it's not the teacher giving information, it's the teacher guiding the students so they can find it for themselves.
Okay. I think the students, going along with the sponge here, the students are the ones that will wring out the water. Yeah. And the students will be the ones saying how much water. And the students will say, no, I've had enough water. So that's, that goes along with that piece is we are now more than ever, I think, asking students, what do you need? And providing multiple opportunities and allowing students to make the choices. So that goes along with that personalized and again, providing engaging opportunities.
because the more and more you throw at somebody, and that's where you come into the burnout factor. How
Right.
much can you absorb? How much can you take before you just start to burn out?
Right.
And then you shut down that way as well.
Exactly.
With the educational system, what types of distractions are you seeing? You know, there's lots of influences out there that may take students or kids, steer them down the wrong path. What are some of the things that you're seeing now in the schools?
I think the greatest impact or distraction that we're seeing is the change in our socioeconomic piece in our community. What we see in our community is reflected in our schools. North High School, for example, is realizing the highest percent of free and reduced lunch numbers that it's ever seen. 10 years ago, we were at single digits, single percentages of students receiving free and reduced lunches. Now we're over 40%. And that has far-reaching impacts of what needs our students bring to our schools, and subsequently what our families can and cannot do for their student and our learning community. So for me, that's the biggest impact right now.
And I would agree with Jason. I think that's the biggest. A close second, if I had to come up with one, it would be just the political world that we're living in. I think education has gotten to be platforms for people to be elected, reelected. I think there's some really there's some good things going on politically in education. I think we're needing to be as transparent as we've ever been. And I think education, we're doing some really good things, and you're going to see in the next couple of years the great stuff we're doing. But there's other places, and I'll use Common Core as a really good example. There's a lot of political pressure saying Common Core is Obama Core and all these other things. You know, Common Core does not tell us how to teach students. It doesn't tell us. It tells us really what a third grader should know in math. But because of the way the political climate is, people want to say that's a bad thing. And I look at it as we want to teach. We want to make sure our kids leave and they're ready, ready to go. They're lifelong learners. Give us where you want us to take them, and we can take them there, because we have people in our buildings that are ready to make sure our students are successful when they leave.
Okay. Our education, it's a process, it's a journey. And one I'm going to say is they get an educational toolbox. By learning, you get your tools. You become familiar with them. The way our lifestyles change, especially in our community. I mean, right now you hear there are jobs out there, but they're all specialized jobs where, they need training or they need, special skills. With the way times have changed, do you see the approach change as far as how we educate our students? Meaning, it used to be, hey, you could graduate from high school, you could get a job at Kohler, live well, and retire from there. Then the method changed to, okay, you go to high school, go to college, and then you get your master's and bachelor's degrees and all that. Well, you see those people out there, those kids, having a hard time finding a job as well. It's because you're almost overqualified, or you don't have the technical skills like when you go to a LTC or something. How do you see that approach changing?
I don't know if it's a change in the approach, but I think it's a re-emphasis on personalized learning, again, but also a refocusing on the liberal arts comprehensive nature of a high school. We want our students to be exposed to many experiences to find their niche. So certainly have experiences in tech ed, playing with metals, and have choir experiences and good solid science experience, and the list goes on. But to find their niche, and once they find their niche, we can take them to the next level and prepare them. Again, if we provide engaging opportunities across the board, we're confident that our students will find that niche, and then we can take them.
And I think the other thing we're trying to do is break down some of the bricks and mortars of the school and get some opportunities for our students outside the building, because we know that there's a lot of learning that can happen outside of the classroom. And one of the things we know, and I think with this question, is we know there's going to be a skills gap looming as the generation, the baby boomers start retiring. There's a lot of our employers that are saying, we don't know how we're going to fill these spots. And a lot of those spots are mid-skill and high-skill jobs. We need to make sure our students are ready for them. And some of the things that we're doing now is partnering with local employers and saying, we have students that have shown an interest in engineering, and they've taken some engineering classes here in our building. Can they do an internship with you to take some of the things they learned in the classroom and apply them in the workforce? And that model is really starting to gain some momentum in our community, and I've been very impressed with Sheboygan County as a whole, the way people have opened their doors and let some of our students take what they're learning in high school. And they're finding out that high school students can be very useful in their doors and on their floors doing some of these things. And truly the level of education when we can have our kids apply those things in a job-based, work-based learning opportunity just helps that learning skyrocket.
And I think what we found is a common theme or a common foundation to whether we provide experiences outside the classroom, inside the classroom, is that we'll be providing students or giving them every opportunity to be exposed to some soft skills that are transferable to whatever job, because it is an ever-changing world. So if our students can leave with certainly a love of learning, find their niche, but also have some skills such as teamwork, problem solving, importance of being on time, collaboration, those things will always be with them and be transferable to whatever career aspiration or journey it takes them.
I know I had a conversation here a while back with the philosophy professor, Dr. Glazecki, and he was my favorite professor here, Dr. And sitting down, I was talking to him, I think it finally clicked, of why I took classes like philosophy or introduction to filmmaking or these other things, and you touched upon it, and I think you hit it right on the head, Jason, is where, yes, I went and I got my computer skills and math skills, and I've got my toolbox, so to speak, but I think exposing yourselves to other things, and maybe I'm not a philosophy, professor or anything, but at least it's those exposures that cause you to stop and think about something and reason your way through it, and I think that's where our society as a whole has kind of fallen off. It's either they're trying to make everything black and white, and it's not. I'm sorry, but life is not black and white. There's a lot of gray in the middle. And I think that's where our education needs to come through, is how do we navigate the gray area? Because to me, life is like, okay, you want to get from point A to point B, but it's filled with crocodiles in between, and you got to get on the right steps, and that's where the gray matter comes in, or common sense is what I define it as. So I think that's why the more opportunities, now I know why, we had physical education in school. You got to think about that. The whole, projects, everything. I think it all plays a whole role where it comes together. At least that's my opinion on it. So whether you agree or not, I don't know.
Sure. You bring back the sponge piece. We want to fill those sponges with as much different types of fluids and let the sponge make the determination of which fluid they like the best, which way, what's their path.
In the schools, what would you say are the distractions to the students? What negative things are, that you constantly have to combat? The whole heroin presence, in around, and other negative like gangs or anything like that. Do you see any of that in the schools? And if you do, what do you do to try and steer the kids clear of that?
One of the things that we've taken a big switch on this year is we call it the Red Wing Way, and it's really working with behavior, but in a positive way. And there's a lot of things going on in our community. We know there's that presence of heroin. We know that there's different gangs and things like that. But what we're finding is, if you're going to make school the safe place to learn, there's some high expectations that we have for students that they don't, and we're going to focus on the positive, and we're going to correct the negative behaviors. And truly, it's changed a lot of the culture in our building. So, I know we did a presentation not too long ago. We worked with the police department and Make the Right Choice, I think, to talk about making poor choices and using drugs and things like that. And the nice thing is the heroin thing we haven't seen in our schools yet. But I know our kids are dealing with it when they get home. I know there's some of those things going on. It's too prolific to not happening. So even though some of these things maybe aren't coming into our hallways, the effects of them are coming into our hallways. And those are the things that we try to have a supportive culture in our building to make sure that our kids know that when they come to school, it's a safe place. And, then it comes back to education. because you have these things happening at home, education can be that key to unlock the doors so you don't kind of hit some of those same cycles as maybe people in your family have.
I think it goes back again to the impact that our change in socioeconomic in our community has had. So again, similar to what Mike has said, we're not seeing heroin in our schools, but we are seeing some other impacts that decline in income has had. And similar to what South has done with the Redwood Wing, North has North being North. It's the same thing, different package, but we're focusing on what ownership looks like. What ownership looks like in the classroom, what it looks like outside the classroom, what respect looks like inside and outside the classroom, and then what does engagement look like? You're a student, so what does it look like to be engaged in the classroom? What does it look like to be engaged outside the classroom? And that's positively impacted our culture.
That's great news that you're not seeing. I mean, yes, you're seeing the side effects. I mean, we'd be silly to say no if we didn't think it was, but the side effects are there in our community. One thing I'll mention is Dr. Howard Croft over at St. Nicholas Emergency Room. He's a medical director, and he does a fantastic presentation working with, I don't know if he worked with South and the city police as well as, the sheriff's department on the whole heroin initiative. He does a fantastic presentation on, the causes, how do you detect it, the side effects and the results of it, the side effects which you might be seeing the influence of in the schools as well. So definitely. And what you had touched upon as well, I know it almost comes down to our core values of what we believe in and teach. And it's nice that the schools have a environment where the kids can consider a safe haven and get them into these other programs, like our broadcasting initiative partnership, to get them excited about it. We started out with 14 kids, and now this coming fall we've got 60 alternates, among the other thing, and we want to do the same thing with the radio program and form a partnership. Right. So one of the core values, that I got from my tenure over at St. Nicholas is their core values are respect, care, competence, and joy. And actually that comes from Springfield down at the Mother House for faith-based medicine. You got to respect each other. Competence, you got to be able to do and meet your needs. Joy, you want to have fun at what you do, And then there's care. You got to care about what you do and care about others, and it fits in well with the whole model of a quality of life. I would think, So, thank you, Mary Brousseau, for sharing that with us, because that's who was the CEO over there. And very influential person, and I take those teachings right on to my position here, And with those, you talk about the other opportunities. When I had my introduction to filmmaking class, I'm going, well, this is cool. Later to find out in life, here I am with WSCS, and I'm in front of the camera as well as the station reports to me. So it's just weird. You never know how something's going to just fall into place. So
absolutely,
very true.
So, what are some of the unique programs that at each of your schools or collaboratively working together that you have to help education and getting our kids steered off into the right direction?
I think we're limited to 30 minutes here, so there's no doubting the number of programs that are ongoing and being initiated. But I think one that I would talk about between North and South is really the manufacturing pathway. Looking at building relationships with our schools and manufacturers to provide, again, more experiences for our students. And it'll provide another level of experiences. So we'll have students that have gone through certain core courses or prerequisite courses, but now we'll take those skills and apply them to real-life project-based learning.
And the manufacturing one is something that Jason and I and our staff in both our buildings have been trying to build, and we're very excited to get that implemented. The one at South that we just got certified that I'm really excited about is our healthcare pathway. Kind of same piece that we're talking about with manufacturing, but we've worked with partners with the Wisconsin's School of Medicine and Aurora and Prevea, and we've created we call them pathways for students that are interested in any healthcare job. So we're seeing from the creation of this, we had 50-some students sign up for classes. To next year, I think we have 175 students that are taking these classes because they know these are the high school classes that can get you set up to go pre-med in college, go to nursing. And, you know, as we find things that we always say kind of jazz students up, and if they know that's what they want to do, those are some things we're doing. We have manufacturing, healthcare, we're looking at computer science. Those are some of the really cool things that we're seeing in education, because employers are willing to say, we will partner with the schools to help create some of these things, because we know it's just good for our community.
Okay. I know that partnering, I think, is going to be definitely a way of the future, because it almost works like a recruiting area. You know, we hired Lacey Pfister from Sheboygan South through the broadcasting group, and in fact, she just did her first news show the other day. You know, so that's a win-win, because you know it gives us a chance to teach skills, or you know, and let her know what we're looking at and get that experience. Where I know she wants to go into broadcasting, so it's a win-win situation. You know, so it's kind of like training, but extending their education into the real world.
And you know, one of the cool things, I'm a Sheboygan native, but I've been so impressed with Sheboygan County. We have a new company out there called Inspire Sheboygan County. That's a bunch of educators and employers that are getting together to help with building these relationships and build partnerships. And the amount of our employers and schools that are involved in it are just growing on a, you know, everyday type basis. And it's just really cool to see how our community gives back to the schools, and how we really can have this really good discussion between the K-12 schools, the post-secondary schools, and the employers that will someday our students will land in.
Okay. We've got a couple minutes left. So if you were to speak in front of a group about education and quality of life, what would be the advice you would give?
What would be the audience? Students?
Let's say at a student graduation, you know. Let's just say it for just, you know, for the sake of our time or whatever. Let's say if you had at a commencement ceremony.
I would talk about the hope that I had that they left North, specifically North High School, with again the soft skills such as teamwork, collaboration, problem solving. And the hope that I would have that they take those skills and apply them to their next thing in life, whether it's work, whether it's college, whether it's the military, and the ultimate hope that they would be happy, successful, productive members of their community.
Okay. I would go back to my quote that I said, whatever you are, be a good one. And being a lifelong learner, picking the things that really interest you, that give you passion, continually to learn about them, and then be good at what you want to be. And if we can leave our students with that message, that education is the key to help me find a job that I'm passionate about, and also be good at what I am, that's a message I'd like everybody to leave with.
Okay. Well, we're out of time, but I'd like to thank both of you for being on the show, you know, to talk about this important subject. On behalf of WSCS and Quality of Life, I'd like to thank Jason Bull and Mike Trimberger.
Thank you.
I'm Dave Augustine, and if you'd like more information about the show or this program, please just visit our website at www.wscsheboygan.com. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
I'm Harry Hepburn. I'm a clocksmith. I'm from Harrison, Maine. I've been working on clocks since 1968. And I'm going to talk to you folks about how I take in a clock to be repaired, the procedures that I go through, and then we'll take the clock apart and I will restore it for you folks. And this morning, I've picked a school clock. It's an 8-day time only. And it's in an oak case with what we call a pressed design in the wood itself. So, let's take this clock apart. And I first start, of course, by removing the hands. This particular one is not pinned to the shaft. So we're going to remove the hands. And this particular clock has a little nut that holds the minute hand, and then the hour hand is just on with a little like sleeve over the shaft. Now we have to take out the screws that hold the dial in place, and we do that kind of by loosening all of the different screws up. And we'll start to remove the outer ones first, because this particular clock has the bezel. This is called the bezel. And this is, the glass is the crystal. And it's attached to the dial. So we'll get that out of the way. One last screw. And you have to kind of hold things down because you don't want anything to pop and break. Carefully remove that, and there's the movement. This is the heart of the clock. This is what keeps time. So now we're going to remove the movement. There's usually 4 screws that hold the movement down, and it doesn't matter whether it's a one-day clock, an 8-day clock, a clock that has a striking mechanism, or even some that have a mechanism that keeps Westminster chimes. This is called a train. This particular one has only the time train. That is the time train. This is the pendulum rod, suspension spring, the escapement wheel, and the verge. I'll put the case out of the way, and now I'm going to remove the suspension spring because they're delicate and you don't want to bend these. If they get bent, it's never going to keep time. So I put that aside. Now we're going to go back to the workbench and disassemble this movement after we put a spring retainer on here and check all the bearings. All right, so now that I've gotten back to the bench, now I'm going to have to analyze what I need to do to restore this clock. And the first thing I have to do is get one of these. And these are for letting down the spring. But because of the fact that the spring's up right now, I've got to take it up a little more. And then I get a spring retainer, and I'll stick it on the mainspring. We relieve the mainspring because we need to be able to have the no pressure on the various bearings. So what I've done is I've removed the spring that's on the click, and I'm going to give it a little bit of a, and then this allows me, by holding on to this, it applies friction and allows this mainspring to open up, and without going zing, I'm able to hold back with that little mechanism right there. So now I have the pressure's off, and I'm going to check the bearings. Well, I can see this one bearing right here is running a little loose, so I'm going to put a new bushing in there. And so I'll circle that. And yeah, everything else looks pretty good. Check the escapement. That's already been bushed at one time, so was that. It looks like this had been worked on before. We've got another loose one right there. So I think I'm going to fix that one as well. I'm going to remove the verge. And this little mechanism here just sits on top of that pin and keeps the verge in place. And so I'll remove the verge. That's in good shape. What we're going to do, take this apart, then it's going to go through a series of repairs to the pinion areas, and then we're going to run it through a cleaner. Let me get one of these little guys right here. We'll take the nuts off of this. And you know, one of the ways that I'm able to know who made a particular clock is with the movement out. It says right there, E. Ingram Company, Bristol, Connecticut, USA. Take it apart, and I examine the teeth. I examine these little areas right here, these little axles, we refer to as pinions. And this is, the pinions look good. They don't seem to have any bad wear in them. So that's good. And we start to disassemble it. I want the first gear, which is this one. The pinions look good. This is the number 2 gear. This one's already marked. And this is number 3, and that's already marked. And I'm pretty sure it was the 3rd one. Yeah, the 3rd one that I want. And I want to check that and see the pinions are good, the teeth are good. Everything looks good. I have a ton of tools. You need all kinds of different tools because there's so many different varieties of clocks that come in. You hear some cuckoos in the back. Now you hear one of the grandfather clocks that I've been working on, and they're scattered throughout the shop. So, tools, tons. And I use most of them, quite frankly. So, we're going to check the front of this gear. And according to the micrometer, that's 62 thousandths. So I referred to my chart, and I'm going to use a number 19 bushing. The 19 is the size of the bearing that I'm going to use. This is my worksheet. I will mark down cleaning, oil, and adjusting. But then I do bushings, because I know I'm going to have to do them. And I know I have to do front 1 and rear 3. So now I'll go back to the 3rd gear in the train, and I'm going to mic the back side of that, and that is 52 thousandths. So we're going to use a number 17 for that. So I mark those down. Okay, now it's time to replace some bearings. So what do? I'm going to mark the back side because I drill through. I want to know where I am all the time with this. And now we're going to go back to my drill press. So now I'm back at my drill presses. And this old guy, both of them are pretty old. I've had this one ever since I started, I think, and it's just an old Delta, and I love this press. This one I use for heavier duty drilling. This one is the one that I use most of the time, and I've made up a number of blocks, and you can see that I've done my share of drilling with these, because this was one that I used for years, and then I replaced it with this one. But I keep it around still because I need to use it from time to time. I've installed a number 37 drill in the chuck, and that's going to be the one that I drill these out with. And so I need this to be absolutely perfect. One. And that was easy. Those are drilled out. And now we're going to go back to the bench and install the new bushings. Now, we know what size bushings we need. I can put the micrometer away. I'm finished with that. But now we go into the drawer of bushings. And these are the bushings. And I have, I could buy probably, 50 or so different sizes. But over the years, I've ascertained that I only really need a minimal amount. And I guess 20 is a minimal amount. And that's what I have here. But in this particular case, and these are cases of bushings, and then these are brooches, which I'll need as well and there's different sizes brooches that I have to use. I have a little tool that I chamfer with. So I'm going to go grab my drill, and I always chamfer the edge a little bit so that I can get by that post. Just a little teeny bit. And now we're going to bring out, this is a staking tool. That's what all of this over here is. This is a staking tool. This is what I primarily use. I just use a punch, and you can see that one's been pretty well mushroomed. It was flat, just like this one originally. But I've done a lot of hammering with that. For the first one, I'm going to be using a number 19 bushing. I'll take one of those out. I don't know if you can get a good enough view of that, but one end is countersunk, the other end flat. And so we're going to have the flat end up because we want the chamfered countersunk end to face forward. Okay, I've got that lined up. Nice. Well, this is a very thin plate, so I'm going to change my stake, my little anvil. This one's hollowed out so that I'm able to, I don't want any of the bushing protruding through the back of the plate. It needs to be smooth because you need to allow the gear to breathe. And if I have some of the bushing projecting through the back, the gear's not going to breathe. So I'd like to close up this guy until I'm ready to use it again. Change the anvils, ready for the next one. And front one is here. And we check to see if it fits. It doesn't. Knew it didn't. Because as I said, I have a collection of bushings that I use so that I'm able to broach them out to the clearances that I want them to be. Just by turning this is like a little reamer, some people would call it, and I check it to see how close I'm getting. Getting there. Takes a little while. But I'd rather take the time and know that I'm getting it to the right clearances, because we want this clock to run now for another 100 years. So we want to make sure that we get it right. That feels pretty good. Chamfer the back end of it, and I actually like to go to the front and clean out anything in the front. And I go to a little blower when there's a lot of residue from my broaching. I might brush it out first and then blow to make sure that I've got it where I want it. I'm going to put the gear back in a plate the way it should go. I'll put the plate back together. Get the gear in there. Get it set. I don't screw it together, I just kind of hold it. And then I manually check the gear for spin. Check to see that it's nice and snug but has a little play. Check to make sure that the gear is able to breathe. It has a little bit of movement back and forth. That's good. This one only has 2 bad bearings. I've had some where I've had to do 20 bad bearings. So you need to be able to check them off and identify what's going on and what's been done and what hasn't been. This one's ready for the cleaning. The next one we're going to check is the number 3 bearing, and we know that that's going to take a 17, a number 17. And that one is in this corner. So I get that out. Bring out my staking tool. I give it a little tap to see that the bushing is starting to seat properly, straight and true. So it's going good. So I give it another one. That's good. And hopefully I'm done with this guy for today. So now we're going to check and see. This is the front. All right. The brooch. As I've said before, I have a million different brooches that I use. I think this one will be okay. Yeah. So I'll go to this one. Checking in the intervals to make sure that I'm not going too far. Because you can get carried away with these things and start spinning them around, and you get it. It's starting to go in now. It's getting snug. So we're going to go a little easier with this now. And I rock it back and forth like this to make sure that I'm straight both ways as I'm going in. And as I'm broaching it out, to make sure that I'm going to go a little more. It's in there, but it's not as loose as I'd like it to be. So I'm going to give it just another delicate little spin. Brush it. And we'll take and chamfer the back. That gets rid of any burrs that might be on the back. And then I chamfer the front of the bearing because there may be a little burr on there. And this is like an oil cup right here that when I'm finished, I'll apply oil, and that kind of seals everything out. And you don't want a burr in the way. You want that oil to be able to flow into that axle area effectively. I think that's all right, but I'm not sure. I may have to go back to that. But that's why we check it. That's why we check everything. And if we have to do it more than one time, so be it. It's got to be right. I think that's a little tight. It's spinning okay, but I think it's just a little tight. So I'm going to give it a little more opening. And deburr. And blow. And back together. Because I think it'll be fine now. Yeah, I like that a lot better. It feels much, much better. Checking for end slap. Good. Okay. Take one of And I have all kinds of little trays and things that I use. These are from my kitty's cat food, and they're wonderful. I started throwing them away, and then I thought, geez, wouldn't these be wonderful for some of my parts? I've got to do one more thing here. I've got to remove the mainspring from the main gear. And the way you do that is you take it, hopefully, in the opposite direction. And it pops out. Sometimes it doesn't. We have to be a little more creative. There we go. So we're ready to put this clock movement through the cleaning machine. So let's go to the cleaning machine and we'll go through that series. I've got to remove the retainer from the mainspring because the mainspring has to be allowed to relax so that the cleaning solution gets into it. So to do that, I have rags, old pajamas, and I put that on there, and I work the retainer off. That protects my hands. These things can take off a finger if you're not careful. So
Wait, what?
mainsprings, if they break in your hands, or if they, like for instance, taking the retainer off, if you do it without covering yourself, these can be sharp. These can create a lot of cuts. I've gotten cut by them. I try my best to protect myself, as you'll see later, but when I rewind this, but these can be very, very treacherous to anyone who is working with them. You have to take care. So this is my clean. This is an ultrasonic cleaner. These are just plastic baskets that fit in my ultrasonic cleaner. This is an old ultrasonic cleaner. I've got a big one back here that's new. It's an L&R. I use this one because it only takes a gallon of solution. This one takes 3 gallons. I don't need anything this large for the most part. For this movement right here that is in front of your camera, I needed to use this large cleaning machine. But for the most part, this little one, and I bought this from a friend of mine who bought the contents of the Waltham Clock Company in Waltham, Massachusetts. And this is a cleaning machine that they used in their clock and watch department. So that's kind of fun. Now I'm going to put all of these parts in the basket. You can see I make do with a lot of different things. Coat hanger hooks of all different sizes. Now this gets dropped into the cleaning solution. The lid goes on, and I turn it on. And I leave that for 30 minutes. Sometimes if the movement is really filthy, I may allow it to soak in that solution for an hour or two, perhaps more. But this one was pretty clean, so half an hour is suffice. Now the half hour's up, and we're ready to rinse. So try and drain all the stuff out so I'm not running all over the place. And I wipe the excess fluid off of each one of the parts. After I've wiped the excess, I have little hooks that I've made up, and they will go in to the rinse. I also do the same with all of the gears, and they go into a little basket that I made up, oh God, years ago. I still use the doggone thing. I want to get the excess cleaning solution off because you can't get it all. And over time, it will contaminate the rinse. So in order to maintain as much longevity with the rinse as possible, I take these precautions. And the mainspring itself comes out, and then I stretch it out as I wipe the excess off. And I get down to about there, and I think that's far enough. These are done. I've talked to different fellows that are involved with clock repair, and some just use water. I prefer to use what the company has provided for us because I think that it helps to displace the water. And if for some reason you didn't get everything totally dry, you have kind of a nice soft coating within the parts. So these have been wiped. I put them on another homemade deal. All it is an old floor heater, 1500 amp heater that you might use in the middle of the winter when you get a little cold. Another piece of screening, a piece of wood that I've attached to give it some stability. And I plug that in, and that's my dryer. And so I haven't deviated a lot from when I first started doing all this. Now I'm going to drop the mainspring in, and I'll drop these gears that are in the basket into the rinse. I usually leave those in there for maybe 5 minutes or so. And I take them out, and there, again, on a hibachi thing. You can see I utilize all kinds of different things that I found that work for me. I haven't deviated all that much. I even use the lathe that I started with, which is back there. That's the old lathe that I use in straightening out various parts and making parts. All kinds of older things that Harry Hepburn still thinks works pretty good and hasn't bothered to change. So with that, these have drained enough. I'm going to wipe the excess solution off of these. I think that we've allowed enough time. Oh yeah, that's hot. I like to really heat them up because that way it really gets rid of any excess liquid that's in there. And even though I've used the special rinse, I still don't want to have any of it linger for when I put the movement back together. That's done, and now we're going to put all the little gears and things, and I like to put the ones that have tubes or hollow areas or things that are attached like all of this on first because I want them to get the hottest. I want to make sure that they really get warmed up so that we get good drying. Moisture's not good even though this is an oil-based rinse. I still find it important to make sure that all of that gets dried up thoroughly before I start to put the clock back together again. I also have a compressor underneath of the desk here that I use when I have things that I really can't get to that well, the cleaner or the rinse. So then I'll start up the compressor, which makes a hell of a lot of noise. And then I'll blow the various pieces to get as much of the liquid off as I could possibly get. I've unplugged the heater. Everything's hotter than I like it. No, it's fine. It's good and hot. But now we've got to clear off as much of the liquid as possible from this. And at this point, I take the corner of the rag and I go in and I thoroughly clear the inner portions of the spring. Done. Now we're going to go back to the bench. We're going to lubricate the spring. I do that. These are rags soaked in the lubricant that I use for the springs. And I stretch the springs out. lubricate as much this way as I can, bringing them back. I'm done with that rag. Now I'll go to these little strips that I've made up that are also, that have that lubricant on them. And those I will work through the smaller bits of the spring so that where I couldn't get, where it wouldn't stretch out all the way. And I'm able to bring that right down to where it connects into the winding arbor. And then out they come. Now we have to wind that spring back up again so that I can put it back into the movement. For that, I have spring winders. I have that one, and then that's an antique, but I have used it on various occasions. I also have this one. These two are the ones that I use the most. This goes in the vise. Before I put the spring back on its arbor, I like to lubricate the parts that I can't not get to after everything's together. So I'm going to lubricate the click, and I like to put a little oil on the ratchet part. So then I kind of wind it around a little bit to give it to evenly distribute the lubricant or the oil. Now that goes in the arbor, tightened up. When I first started out, I started marking the gears and everything else, and I was unsure of where things went. I've continued with that policy even today, when I know where everything goes, without even having to mark it, but I still have it marked, and I still look at my marks, because that way I don't make mistakes, or at least I don't make many. I try not to. So the mainspring's marked with a little arrow. That tells me that it goes in against the gear. One doesn't have to worry about that. All they have to do is figure out which way this is going and how it's going to connect in the spring and wind, and that's all you have to really worry about. But I mark it anyway. So this goes on the winding arbor. I get it started. I don't go any further until I've put my leather glove on. As I had said before, these things let loose. Spring steel is you don't know what it's going to do. It could break. A brand new spring could break while you're winding it, or an old one. So I always wear a leather glove when handling springs, even sometimes when with the glove on. The spring has come up unattached and it smacks me in this hand, or it'll hit the glove so hard that you feel it. So we wind this guy up. And then we'll take that spring retainer that we took off a little while ago, and we'll put it on. I just relieve some of the pressure, and now we go back again. It'll be fine. With the pressure off, I remove the glove. Not necessary now. Loosen up the arbor and remove it. And we're ready now to reassemble. So the mainspring goes on that shaft and goes into its little hole. Lubricating various parts as I go along this shaft. I like to stick a little bit of lubricant on because it's in this channel. Spin it and stick it in its position. This is called the idler gear. That goes in right here in that hole. This gear allows you to advance the time once things are together without the chance of it blowing a tooth. It's kind of like a clutch mechanism. So here's gear one. We put that in Now we go to gear 2, gear 3. Everything's back together again, ready for the front plate to be put on. This particular movement has a slot, so I can slide the escapement wheel in after I've started to put this together. Go back to my... So we've got it held down in the back part, so now I can work on putting the gears back in their holes properly. We'll install the escapement wheel. Finding the various places that the pinion has to go. I'll try holding it so you can see what I'm doing. Getting the various little pinions or axles back into their bearing surfaces where they should be. And now things have gone together. Kind of hold everything in place and put the little nuts back on. And I take my little wrench and tighten them up. Seems to be going around pretty good. So at this point, I start to lubricate. I find that in a lot of cases when I'm lubricating, you'll notice how it'll quiet down as I start to put the lubricant into the various areas. I lubricate anything that touches anything else. I make sure that they're well lubricated. It just takes a drop of oil. I'm not afraid to use a little extra lubricant. Now I'll install the verge back again. Oh, before I do that, because these areas touch as well, I apply a little bit of lubricant to them. That sounds like that little banjo clock going off. All right. A little bit of oil in there, and I'm done with the oil. Going along quite nicely, isn't it? Okay, so I guess I'm going to remove the spring retainer. That's not necessary anymore. And now it's time to put the movement back in the case, put the suspension spring back on, hang the case up with the pendulum all set up, and make any adjustments that I have to make so that when the customer gets the clock, they can put a level. Now on the school clock like that, it's not as easily done. But on a lot of clocks that I do, I set it up by putting a level on the clock. Then I listen for an even tick-tock. And if it doesn't have an even tick-tock, then I will readjust it and what we call in beat. So I'll adjust it in beat on a level surface, so that when the customer gets the clock back, they can place a level on the clock or wherever I tell them the level should go, hang the pendulum, wind it up, and it should go fine. So now let's put the movement back into the case. In it goes. Now just snug them down with a regular screwdriver to make sure everything's nice and tight. and the movement's going to hold in the case. And I'm going to replace the suspension spring. I like to make sure that the hook is out so we can, and that goes in that little slot right there, and then goes through the crotch, and eventually the pendulum will hang off of it, but it's not ready for that yet. So we have a friction area here where this rod goes through the crotch of the verge, and so I apply a little bit of oil there, and believe it or not, it makes a huge difference sometimes. Sometimes I'll hear a squeak or a little noise, and I can't figure out where the heck it is. Well, that area has not been lubricated properly. So give it a little bit of oil, and off she goes. All right, with that, let's put the hands back on. I chose this clock because it's a one-day clock. It's a lot simpler to set up than a time and strike clock. Check to see which way the hand goes on. Sometimes the hands look so much the same on both sides, so you have to kind of check them out. And now I'm going to have to hang it up. We're going to have to go back in the back somewhere, hang it up, and make sure that this clock is in beat and that it's ready to go back. It'll be ready to go back to the customer, but I leave the clock on the wall or on the table for usually about a week to make sure that everything's working properly and that I'm not going to have any issues. So now we're going to we're not going to put the dial back on, by the way, until after I've had it on the stand and I've made all the necessary adjustments that I have to make, and that I'm happy enough that the clock is going to run and keep time. Doesn't have to keep accurate time at this point, because that adjustment is made when I install the pendulum and I run it for a couple of days and watch to make sure whether it's gaining or losing time, and then I'll make those adjustments accordingly. Are we ready to hang this? Yeah. Let's hang it. It's very difficult with one of these clocks to get a level on it, because when these were put together back around this is about from 1890. This, if you put a level on this and this, it'll be different. This is different because of the way the cases were put together, and plus the fact that it's over 100 years old. So things change. So on a clock like this, I just try and eyeball it to where I think it looks good. And now we'll hang the pendulum, attach this little guy. Now this amplifies the beat. You can hear it a lot louder now. And I allow the pendulum to run a little bit so it reaches its own level of power. Well, I can tell you right now that it's out of beat. All right, so now I'm going to adjust this into beat. Oh, that's no good. Too much. Now, takes a little bit of time. Too much. Sometimes these things are very, very delicate. Just the slightest little bit of adjustment can throw them into the opposite direction. I have to be careful. So now, sounds good. Nice even tick-tock. Now I go to my meter. We're looking for balance. Quiet it down a little bit. Boy, not much. This is a loud one. The slightest noises affect this. Get it as close to zero as possible. And there we go. It's pretty straight on the wall. We're going to assume that I've had this clock on the wall for a couple of days, and I'm satisfied with it's keeping good time, or reasonably good time at this point, and that I don't have to make any more adjustments. So we're going to go back now to the table and install the dial so that the clock will be complete. We'll then bring the clock back to its hanging point, and I'll let it run for another couple of days. Watch to make sure that it's not running too fast or too slow. And when I get it to that point where I'm satisfied with the way it is, then I call the customer and say it's time for you to pick up your clock. So let's go back to the table and plug in the dial. And never move a pendulum clock with the pendulum on. You always remove the pendulum, and the reason for that is this little suspension spring here that I've talked about before, where I hung in that little slot. If that bends because of the pendulum twisting and banging against things, then it's going to knock it out a beat. Time to go back to the table. All right, so we're back at the table. We take the hands off. Everything's been lubricated properly. We've set it and beat. It's run for a couple of days, one would assume. And I'm happy enough that I'm not going to have to get in here and make any more adjustments. So now I'm going to put the dial back in place. And we'll screw that guy down. Actually, once you get these three in, it's secure enough that you don't have to hold on to the dial. With a striking clock, you never move the minute hand backwards because you can break things or bend things out of shape. You always move it in a clockwise direction. But we're only dealing with a time-only clock, and so we're able to, and then you move this around to make sure it's clearing. Ah, perfect. So there we are. Everything is back in order. The clock would go back on the wall to be timed. While I have it here, clean the glass off a little bit, because, you know, from handling it, you get fingerprints and things on the glass. And a lot of times when I get these clocks, they're filthy dirty anyway. And so it helps to at least clean up the glasses. And that's it. That's how I take care of fixing a clock for a customer or myself, because I have a lot of clocks of my own that I have for sale. So I have to make sure that they're in good running condition so that I can guarantee them for the customers. So I do the same thing with everybody. My price schedule is the same for everybody. Doesn't matter whether the clock's worth 10 cents or $10,000. It still takes me the same amount of time to work on them, so my price schedule is the same for all clocks and all people. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and I look forward to your comments.
When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a bonner roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh. Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dogs.
Let's move on. I feel like we've met before. Well, because I worked for MS-80 72 for a long time, and certainly I'm aware Fame has done some amazing work for families. And do you want to come up and tell us about it?
Sure, I absolutely would.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I have some goodies, just a little bit, so I'll just let you kind of pass those around.
So thank you guys. My name is Jess Whittier. They just changed my title this summer. So I used to be a college access counselor, which was a nice, short-ish title. I am now an education, affordability, and financial wellness counselor. A little bit less, say that to high school students and they're like, woo. But I work for the Finance Authority of Maine, specifically the education team at FAME. And I cover the southern Maine area. So I've been with FAME now for about 14 years. And before that I worked for the community college system. So I've spent a whole lot of time in this college access role and really working with students who have struggled to figure out those next steps and make those all work for them. So my goal is to work with students. I was actually at Telstar High School at Bethel yesterday. There are some activities I just love, and senior breakfasts, when they are all there together, half of them are thinking about going on to college, half of them have other plans and other things that they are thinking they want to do, but this is like this time when we can really talk about it. How many students did I work with at the community college system that showed up in August, right before classes were going to start in September, to say, I want to go to college? And it would happen because they would graduate from high school and they think, I'm going to go get a full-time job. It's going to be awesome. I'm going to make some money. And then they actually work a full-time week. And it's not as fun as they thought it was going to be. And they're maybe not making as much money as the other people that they thought they would be, and so by August they were with us. So one of the challenges that we had when they would show up in August is getting all of the financial pieces in place. Right, so a lot of what I do at FAME has to do with financial aid and paying for college and filling out financial aid forms. But one of the other things that, since working for FAME, I've really recognized is a huge benefit for Maine families is the Next Gen College Savings Program that the state of Maine offers. So FAME administers the program, but really it belongs to every single person in the state of Maine. And it is one of the most unique programs out there around the country. So what's kind of cool about it is when you open those accounts, there are some funds that I say the state of Maine, but really it's the Next Gen program that will put into those accounts for you. So for students who we'll talk about the Alphon Scholarship in just a minute, but for students or people who might not qualify for an Alphon grant, so I will say myself, I don't qualify for an Alphon grant. I had to be born before January 1st, 2013. That did not happen, or after, I should say. But anybody, so even you guys right now could open an account, you put in $25, and the Next Gen account will put in $100. And so what I'll say to high school seniors is, you could just do that, right? And then when it's time to go to college, you just call and say, hey, I need my $125. And off that money goes to whatever college you're going to, and you just bought yourself a book, right? For $25 instead of $125. But after that first $25 that goes into the account, every dollar that's contributed to that account after that, the state of Maine is matching 30 cents on the dollar, up to another $300 a year. So that's where we start to see this kind of add up for lots of students, that there's this potential for someone else helping you save for college. This is especially great. I will say I have some little boys, and they love looking at, like, I'm going to put $10 in my account this month. Mom, I got an extra $10, and they know that means there's an extra, there's extra money going into that account for them that that they contributed towards. So it helps with some of those little things as well. One of the great things, so we have this great program, and we've worked really hard. Thanks to the Alphon Foundation, we actually have a large number of students or kiddos who already have accounts. So the way that it works is every baby born after January 1st, 2013 has automatically had $500 put in an account for them. But the Alphons put it in this kind of great big account, right? So they get the information from the Bureau of, I don't know, it's births. I can't remember what it's called now. Vital statistics, anyways. So they find out about all the babies born in Maine, and they set aside the money. When a family wants to see that money, all they have to do is open up that NextGen account. Now, if they already have, so if their baby qualified for the Alfond grant, they don't have to put in the $25. All they have to do is fill out the application. Does anybody here work at a bank? Bankers, so we got a banker? All right. So how would, like, online, so when somebody comes in and needs to fill out an application for a loan or something like that, do you help them with the paperwork?
Yes.
Yes, because could they do it by themselves?
Yes.
They could, okay, that's good. This is hard. So this, as a banking document, a lot of families, young families that hop online and try to fill this out, it can feel overwhelming. And so one of the things that we really try to encourage or let people know is we are here to help, right? So just like if you go to a bank, they might help you fill out the paperwork, you can reach out to us at FAME. We will help you fill out this paperwork, right? I can't tell you where to put your money, but I can at least walk you through how that system works. And especially young families who maybe have not done this before, right? So it helps them get there. But once they open that account, they get to see that money. And then they're gonna start getting statements. So they get statements every quarter that tell them how much money is in there and give them some ideas of like what you could be talking about to your kiddos now that might help them be more ready for college or thinking about college. And I say college, so the other thing, one of the questions, so I get a lot of different questions about NextGen from families, and say, well, I don't think my kid is probably gonna go to a traditional college, so maybe I'm a fourth generation Navy and my son is gonna go to the Navy too, right? So what happens to that money if my kid doesn't go to a traditional college? So not all of the money has to be used for traditional education, so there are lots of technical programs out there. As long as they're accredited, this money can be used to cover those costs. The other thing is, so for my oldest daughter, who is about to have a baby, I'm going to be a grandmother, she never used her money either. Now, that money is there and will stay, anybody I put in is going to stay there forever, but even the money put in by NextGen and the Alfond Foundation is going to stay there until she's 30, right? So it's there for quite a while, so she could make some choices down the line. But the other thing I get to do, because I own the account, is I can change the beneficiary. So she's about to have a baby. Now we will open up a separate account also for that baby so she can get her Alfond grant. But then I can also change the beneficiary of Margot's account to Emery, and now she gets all of Margot's money, right? So now there's more money for Emery when that time comes. So you're able to kind of move. So you can transfer money or change the beneficiary to anybody within like one, so it can be parents, cousins, children, so it has to be a relative, but it can be kind of in that system, so you can move that money around. The other great thing about the money is not only can you use it for college, but you can use it for, now you can use it for certainly books and computers and things like that, and you can use it for private schools as well. So you can use it for private elementary schools, private high schools, so you can use it for a variety of different ways. So we really want to get the word out there to encourage families to be opening these accounts because it certainly helps students in Maine have more options. So I was just sitting down with a family the other day in my hometown of Poland, and they had just saved the minimum, right? So every month they were putting in that just to get the match, just the basics. And this was a family that didn't have a lot of resources. I remember when they came and they said to me, we are upper middle income family. And then because I get to see all their numbers, I was thinking in my head, they were not an upper middle income family. I'm glad that they feel that way. But they were upper lower income family. And, but they had, they'd done all the things that they could throughout the years to make this possible for their kiddo. She's a senior in high school. They had $14,000 in that account. She had applied to 6 different colleges, and all of them had given them different amounts of money. Now, this was a family that did not have a whole lot of anything else they were going to be able to give to their daughter to head off to school. But that $14,000 made a huge difference in the college they were able to choose for their daughter, or the college that she was able to choose, right? Because when they first came in and told me, we are $20,000 a year away from being able to afford this college, and then we started running some numbers and looking at how that next gen account was going to be able to help them out over those years of college, it definitely made it possible for that student to go there. One of the other things that was mentioned earlier today is there are lots of myths about saving for college. So I would say every dollar you save is a dollar you don't have to borrow, but a lot of times people, when it comes to saving for college, say, well, any dollar I save, that college is just going to penalize me for that. So I don't want to save too much for college because the college is not going to give me as much money. The reality is, when it comes to the financial aid forms, what they're looking at on those financial aid forms is primarily parent income. So this is where I say to parents that have high school students, the best thing you can do to make college more affordable for your student is to quit your job. So you look like you don't have as much income coming in, or you don't have as much income coming in. They are really not looking at parent assets, and these 529s are parent assets. They do look at student assets, and that is why the federal government made these parent accounts or grandparent accounts. So they're owned by the parent or the grandparent, and grandparent money doesn't show up anywhere in the financial aid process, and parent money, parent assets play a super small role in the process. So the federal government wants to make this a little bit easier, so when they set up 529s, and that's the 529 is just the tax code number. They couldn't come up with a better name for it anyways. So I wanted to come today and just talk a little bit more about the program and maybe answer any questions that you guys have about the program or examples of when you guys have used it. Yeah.
I'm curious about two things. Yeah. One is, does the money earn interest as well when it's sitting there?
Yeah. So it is not called interest. It is called, do you know?
No.
Growth. I'm not allowed to call it interest because it's not always going to grow, right? There are going to be times when the market, so it's all in the stock market in some way. So you get to choose whether you want a conservative account or an aggressive account, or one that changes as the kiddo gets older. But it's not always growing. So I can't call it interest, but it's usually growth or losses, but yes. So we are seeing that growth in that account as they go. Yep.
To piggyback on that though,
yeah.
Like essentially though, if you're putting if you put $300 in it a year, Fame will essentially give you $300. So if you've got an account that has only got $500 in it, it's not making $300 a year with any like 10% interest on it. So if you look at it that way, in that aspect is how I've always looked at it when I think, and it is, to Jessica's point, it's based off the market. So like for instance with mine, Hudson's growth is considerably more than where Kai's is because of where the market was back in 11, 12, 13 to when I started Kai's at 2014. In that accent, and I think I essentially put mine in and I sort of say like my kid will be like, I'm probably looking to access it 18 years from now. It was sort of set up through, I think a lot of ones like BlackRock.
Yep.
And then what it'll essentially do as they're getting closer to that time, I think that things will become more conservative in those measures.
Yeah, so we have one of the options, and there are a variety of, one of them is a BlackRock age-based portfolio, which means when they're little, it's more aggressive, it's making more moves, it's gaining money, it's losing money, it's doing all kinds of things. As the students get older, closer to high school, it gets more and more conservative. And we have 2 FDIC insured options that are super conservative, so they're not gaining. When I'm talking to high school students opening these up, we're usually talking about, the benefit of conservative options, so the money is still there right away when they're gonna need it.
Well, my second question, just quickly, is you hear so much, or have heard so much about student debt being such a big issue. And I wonder if any of that has affected Fame, or if Fame is right in the middle of the whole thing, or what?
Yeah, we do a ton of I wouldn't say debt counseling, but we work with lots of students that are in default to help them get out of default. So right now we're actually because all of the student loan payments were paused for an extended period of time after COVID, and they've just now started going back into repayment, and people are not used to paying it. They haven't had to pay it for years and years, right? So we are seeing a huge number of students coming into default because they've forgotten about, maybe they've moved, they're not getting the regular communication, they're not checking their email. So one of the things that we're doing right now is kind of doing that outreach to let them know to get in touch with us, and we can help them kind of get out of default and work through that process. But yeah, so has it affected us? Absolutely. So I will say, I do see more high school students afraid of going to college because of student loan debt. The reality is the vast majority of students do not need to take out debt to go to college. So most students, so we look, 55% of students in the state of Maine qualify for Pell Grant. So a Pell Grant is money from the federal government that covers some of those college costs, and it can be as much as $7,500 a year. A Maine community college only costs $5,000 a year, tuition, books, and fees. So if they get that Pell Grant, they didn't need to pay. Now they're living on campus, and there are other expenses that go with that. We also have something called the Maine State Grant. So when I'm working with students, the reality is most of them can go to college without having to take out those student loans. And we work really closely to help them kind of work through that process.
I had just a couple questions.
Yeah.
One is, I wish I had known about it earlier, because Zoe was in high school when we first learned about it, but we jumped on the bandwagon. It was great. But the second question, so you mentioned, so now as of 2013, all children born in Maine have that $500.
Automatic.
So how do you notify the families? Because I'm sure they just get, how do they know it's there?
Yep, so the first thing we do, or the first thing that Alphon does, is right in the hospital. Every family is getting some information, and they're filling out a card. Now, if any of you have given birth before or been there, this is the last thing you are thinking about when you are dealing with everything else that's happening, right? So what ends up happening is we get information from the Bureau of Vital Statistics, that's what it is. So we get some information from them, and so we start trying to reach out to these families. And so if we can get them through different organizations to fill out some of these contact cards, we can start communicating with them. But this is really why we want them to open these accounts, is so that they can. Some hospitals in Maine do a really good job at that. So I will say Mercy Hospital in Portland, I would say just about every mom that comes out of there has filled out one of their cards and has sent that along. And the Alphons do a lot to really encourage that participation, but not all hospitals have the same capacity to do those things. So then we just try to get the word out. So I'm going to guess maybe some of you have seen advertisements for NextGen or Alphon in different places. We do lots of social media and online ads now to try to reach those parents where they're at.
Is there a system whereby, let's say we as a Rotary Club say we want to sponsor people? Is there a system we can do?
There is. So we could talk about it, but yeah, so we have several communities in Maine that help their families open these accounts. So that could be an event, right? So that could be holding something and that draws people in. So a lot of them do backpack events. So what'll happen is they'll have, right before school starts, families will come in, the kids can get a backpack and all the stuff to fill the backpack, and then we're also there to help them open up their NextGen accounts. Now, if they already have the Alphon money, they don't need the starting money, though you can absolutely still help them put money into that account. One of the ways you can do that, there are cards called Gift of College. So those are cards you can buy at Walgreens or any other drugstore that sells those gift card racks. I think you can even get them at Shaw's and Hannaford. And once you put money on it, it can only be used to put into a 529 account. It doesn't have to be NextGen. It could be a 529 account from other states as well, but they could use it to open up a NextGen account. Yeah. So I will say there are tons of communities that do really fun stuff. related events. One that still does, if you guys remember back in the day, we used to do casting calls. So we'd invite all the families to come in and we'd tell them, which was true, we create a calendar every year and your baby could be the calendar baby, right? And we'd take every baby's picture. So first, that was what they got, was they got a professionally taken photo, all printed for them and ready to go. But then we also sat down and helped them fill out these accounts so they felt a little bit more comfortable getting it done. There are still communities that do that today as well. Yes.
Two things. Merrill Lynch is really, really good at pushing out the information, whether you've got it in Black Rock or someplace. So you get quarterly statements, and my 11-year-old, who's a Maine baby, is already at like $14,000 and change. And that was $25 a month. That's all I ever did was $25 a month. It's nice because you can get a little form that I give to their aunts, who always write them a $25 check for birthdays, and they can put it in their next gen account instead of sending them something, which is really, like, what do we get them? What do we get them? Well, if you don't give them anything, they wouldn't know, here, do it this way. And that's been really, really helpful.
Adds money to those accounts.
To just add money to their accounts. I mean, you do have to report it on your taxes. I mean, my accountant wants to know, how much have you put into your 529s this year? And
because you can get a tax credit.
Exactly. So those kinds of things are kind of important.
Go back 14 years.
But a question that I ask, because I have that $14,000 kid is not going to go to a traditional school. He's likely to go to a technical school, and he's likely not to have to buy books. He wants to buy tools.
Yep.
So this is covered, correct?
Yeah. If it's required for their program, it can be. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So the only thing to keep in mind there is the easiest way to use the money is to have the check sent directly to the college. When it's sent to the college or the school, that's the easiest way. But maybe he's going to a place where it's not going to work quite that way. Then he can have the money sent to him, and he needs to hold on to the receipts.
Sure.
So if you get audited in those 5 years afterwards, you just have to say, I spent it on tools.
Because the tools are more expensive than the books.
Yeah. Other questions?
What if the child moves out of state and then is like living in some other, does that matter? As long as they're born in Maine? Or?
Right, born in Maine, yeah, so they can move out and still their money, the alpha money is still in there, it doesn't go anywhere. So a couple things happen. First, as Maine residents, you can open the account. So if I'm the grandmother and I open the account for Emory, and then they leave the state of Maine, typically if Margot owned Emory's account and she no longer lived in Maine, it's not going to get the match.
Okay.
But if I own the account and I still live in Maine, then it still gets the match.
Okay.
Right? So you can open accounts for people all over. So you said one of your kiddos is in a different state.
Two of them are in Rhode Island. Their accounts are about 7,000 to 8,000, as opposed to, and they're just real close in age. So there's a huge difference with the big baby.
Because they didn't get the 500 to the boost to start it off at the beginning. Yeah. Yep. The other thing I really like to do, when you mentioned, the little cards that you can give to family members. When I put money into my niece's accounts over the years, I'm a graduate of UMaine, so I have a bunch of UMaine swag I've gotten from different events. And when you say to a little kid, I put some money in your college savings account, they're like, great. But when there's a teddy bear to go with it, or a poster, or some trinket that goes along with it, yeah, it definitely makes them, they're still excited about it.
So subliminal advertising.
Right, right. Only one of them has gone off to college before she went to Georgia, so anyways.
It doesn't always work.
It doesn't work, yeah, so. But she went to college, so that was great. Yeah. Beautiful. The other thing I handed out was just some information about FAME as well, so you've got that. So we do lots of things. So NextGen is just a piece of what we do, but I think it's a really important piece that people don't take advantage of and really, really could, right? So it's like leaving money on the table. So we want to, make sure people have that information as much as possible. But we help with all kinds of different things. And the big thing, the reason our titles changed this summer is we are All of us on the team are going to become financial advisor certified, so that we can kind of also help with some of those basic things like budgeting and like learning how to just do some, creating those accounts to build up your emergency funds and things like that. So I do it a lot with the high school. I will say I talk, if you ever talk to a high schooler who has talked to me, they've probably come home wondering why this lady is talking to me about retirement accounts while I'm still in high school. But I say all the time, like one of the best things that ever happened to me was at a super young age, somebody made me start putting money in a retirement account. Like, didn't give me a choice. He's like, I'll give you this money. You can have half of it, but the other half has to go into your retirement account. I'm like, okay, I'll take the free money that you're going to give me. And that has made all the difference today as I'm sitting down with my husband to try to figure out when we can retire. It's a whole lot easier to have these conversations when I've had money growing since I was 18 years old, right? So it makes a huge difference. So there are all kinds of ways that those high school kids can start that process.
So I heard you say that we can sponsor strangers, essentially.
Yep.
We can help with filling out paperwork.
Yes.
And so what other things as an organization could we do to support your mission?
Great question. So I would say, so any way that you are able to communicate with the community, and I can even send along like what we, so employers who might want to be able to send to their employees just the information about what FAME does. I have blurbs that can be put inside, you know, emails to everyone. We also do with employers, but we can do with the whole community, where we have specific days and we'll say this is the day that you can sign up for a time and meet with us. We do a lot of Zoom sessions. So we'll get online with them and talk about anything related to NextGen or paying for college or paying back student loans. All of that stuff we're happy to kind of walk them through, so we can do those kinds of things now. But I'm going to think about that a little bit more, because you guys are the first Rotary that I have presented to. So so I'm going to think about that more for future ones as well. Yeah.
And I actually, like, that's a good segue to my question, because I'm just thinking, like, Rotary we have high school level Rotary clubs called Interact.
Yeah.
And there's also some early act clubs that are like even younger kids.
Right.
So for outreach, I was just thinking, you know, we can get you connected to all of the different Interact clubs.
That sounds
Each
great.
Club, like, we sponsor the Interact at the Lake region.
Yep.
But there's throughout the district and stuff, so I definitely think we should.
That sounds great. Yeah. I'd love
Over
that.
the years, FAME has done a lot with career fairs, with the vocational center, adult ed at the high school. So wherever we can plug them in, we plug them in, because you can't plug them in and out, I don't think.
Yeah, it's tough. We're not always the person they want to see. They come to a career fair or a college fair and they're like, so I have a big carpet that has a big like $100 bill on it, and a lot of chocolate coins on my table. I'm trying to get them to talk to me, because it's really tough sometimes to get a high school student to think that this is important to them. They all think their parents are responsible for paying for college, and so really changing that narrative, that for a lot of them, this is the situation they're going to be in. They're going to have to be doing some of this for themselves.
And I can just tell you from personal experience, I wish my kids are going through a FAME accounts, but I didn't. But I can tell you that at a lot of these college fairs and stuff, there's folks there that are for-profit scholarship companies.
Yeah.
And to distinguish FAME from that is really important, I think, because my niece got suckered into one of those, and you know, she ended up $100,000 in debt after college, and she's like, I don't know how I'm going to pay this. But it was, you know, oh yeah, we're looking out for your best interest. No, they weren't. They were working angles with universities,
right,
and creating scholarships, but they weren't really. They were just, you know.
Right, and you feel like, well, I got this money to go to that college, so I've got to go to that college or I'm going to lose this money. But then that college costs so much. Yeah, I will say that's not, I mean, obviously that's not something that we do at all. But I would say that those are the conversations I'm happy to have with students and parents, is right at the end. We also do like looking at your financial aid package and really talking about before you take out the student loans. I am happy, not happy, that's the wrong word. I am fine with making a student cry if it keeps them from taking out $20,000 a year in student loan debt. Right? So I'll have these honest conversations about what that's going to look like. I was working with one student. He had gone to college in Pennsylvania. He had done 2 years in Pennsylvania, took out $30,000 a year for his first 2 years at Penn State. And then his parents no longer qualified for the loans that he was getting because their debt to income ratio was off. So now with $60,000 in debt from Penn, he moved back to Maine, went to USM, finished his degree, but was paying back $60,000 in student debt to a college he didn't have a degree from. So having these conversations when they're in senior year, so we'll go into the schools and we'll talk to them and we'll talk to parents. I know my schools that take out more student loan debt, so I do spend a little bit more time in some communities in Maine than others. But you know, that's something we really try to do.
Well, I'm just thinking there's at least 6 kids who are Rotary kids. They don't happen to be here. Only Aaron is here representing 2 of the 8 we have, and I'm concerned that all of them have the information. I suspect they probably do, but Aaron and Jessica and the Orgos, you know, they all have 2 kids who are probably going to be heading on to something or other.
Yep.
Jessica brought up that point. You're right. When we were at Mercy, and you do get a packet, but it's almost the top flyer is Fame, you know, and they're always bringing up especially we knew about the Alfond the Alfond before my son was born. And that aspect, and you work, and I think both one for Merrill Lynch, and one because of friends I have that work there and help me set it up in that aspect. But I think the state does a fantastic job of putting the information out there in that aspect. And back when Hudson was 2011, we had to go in and fill that form out, and then you had to ask for the money.
Right, before they turned 1 year old, during the busiest year of your life, you had to fill out the paperwork.
Whereas now, to Jessica's point, they just basically create that account, and it's always sitting there, and you just have to go and wake it up, I suppose.
Yep.
Yeah, but yeah, I would be very surprised if Jessica and Nick don't know, but because they do a really, really good job of getting under people's noses.
Yeah, and we try. So we've tried all kinds of things. We're always looking for new ideas and ways to get out there. Again, I think we do a lot of social media. So I think for young people who are on Instagram and things like that, they're seeing those ads, especially if they're, just recently, I wasn't seeing them for a while, and then I started shopping for baby stuff again, and all of a sudden they're all right in my face again. So, it changes as you go. Yep.
I'm more excited to hear the end piece of where you were talking about getting into schools and now having those hard conversations, because essentially for me it was more around Fame is all right, we're going to help you earn money to get to that spot, but to have I'm reading down here a bunch of counsellors that are maybe going into those schools and just saying hey, this is potential outcomes of just going to a Division I school doesn't mean all sunshine and rainbows.
Right. Yep, if they're not giving you the money.
I would just encourage parents to encourage their kids to do all of their gen eds for nothing at a community college.
Right.
And figure out what they want to do without spending $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year. That's a very expensive career exploration.
Yep, and that works.
Community college, because when you transfer to whether it's Penn State or wherever, it's your end that's going to make a difference.
Right. Start small and go big.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think that's really important that the schools in Maine have a fantastic opportunity for students to be taking or receiving college level credit while they're still in high school, and it doesn't have to be for English or math or things they think are boring. They can do building, right? They can do a buildings trades class and get some of that under their belt. They can do, my daughter did psychology while she was in high school, but she did it at the college level, so that she, had that under her belt, and the school pays for it.
these sessions. Our topic tonight is partial knee replacement. And there's something in orthopedics called the Rip Van Winkle theory, which means if you fell asleep in orthopedic conference 25 years ago and woke up today, you'd still be talking about the same thing. There would either be infections or phlebitis or a partial knee versus full knee replacement. And tonight we're fortunate to have two speakers, Dr. Bruce Gomberg, who really is leading the way in doing partial knee replacements in the Portland area, and Tyler Chamberlain, who's going to tell us how to rehab these patients and keep them out of the hospital, keep them safe. So, Bruce?
Thanks everybody for coming. I appreciate you guys taking the time and being here. And I think what's that? Okay, what Dr. Sullivan was saying is correct. Partial knee replacement has been around a long time. They've kind of come and gone, had some good outcomes, bad outcomes. I think we're in an era where we figured out a lot of the bugs and they work pretty well. I'm kind of a believer. I've been doing them since 2005 and I've hopefully gotten to a point where I get reasonable results, but I think for the right patient, it's a great operation, so we can talk a little bit about that. So, it's fine with me? For partial knee replacement patients to be candidates, they have to have what's called anterior medial knee osteoarthritis. So this is a little bit different than other forms of arthritis, and in particular, we look for degeneration of the medial compartment articular surface, so the cartilage is worn out. But that's pretty much it. They have an intact ACL, they don't have a flexion contracture, they don't have progression of the disease into the other compartments. They have correctable, any deformity is correctable to neutral, and it's a very kind of prescribed entity that you really shouldn't be deviating from if you want to have a successful partial knee experience. So this is what it's not. It's not inflammatory arthritis like rheumatoid arthritis or psoriatic arthritis that affects the joint. People with fixed deformities, patellofemoral disease that is greater than moderate, and there's some debate about that. If you look at the European literature, they basically say it could be severe arthritis of the patellofemoral joint. It's just not a factor, but I think in this country you have research that shows that the patellofemoral joint, if affected in certain patterns, like they have severe arthritis of the whole patellofemoral joint, or they have mainly lateral compartment arthritis, then really that should be a contraindication. If you have a central lesion or medial lesion, even full thickness, if they don't have patellofemoral pain, they can still do okay with a partial knee replacement. And if you have an ACL or MCL deficiency, you shouldn't be doing this. Now, you can have an ACL deficient knee as long as it's stable and get away with a partial knee replacement. But if they have instability, you're looking at early wear. So on radiograph, this is what you see. So a bone-on-bone lesion where the articular cartilage is narrow, preservation of lateral compartment. You don't see erosion into the posterior tibia, and that's how you know the ACL is functional. The other thing I do in people who are candidates for partial knee replacement is a stress valgus view to make sure they really do maintain the lateral compartment articular cartilage. So that's how I confirm things. Some people get an MRI, you can do that too, it's a little more money. So I try and treat people non-operatively first, the usual. I offer them injections and anti-inflammatories, unloader bracing. PT, and weight loss. But we're here to talk about partial knee replacement. So we'll talk a little bit about this. This is what a partial knee replacement is. It's really a resurfacing procedure of the mainly medial compartment, which is the most predominant compartment to be affected by this. So there's lots of different versions of this, but they're all essentially the same thing. Metallic cap on the end of the femur, plate on the top of the tibia, and some kind of polyethylene or plastic bumper in between. Like Dr. Sullivan said, this is not a new concept. In fact, if you look at the history of total knee replacements, they started by really bicondylar uni-knee arthroplasties. Frank Gunston, a Canadian physician who went over to England and studied, came out with these on the left, which is really in each compartment a metallic runner in a polyethylene tibial component, which you see down here. And they did reasonably well, but what he found over time was it kind of didn't work too well in the lateral compartment. On the right of this slide, you see the Marmor knee, which was another knee in the 70s, also a unicompartmental knee. So the early ones had okay results. People were saying you should do these, and they were coming out in small studies saying they worked reasonably well. And like they say, there's nothing that ruins outcomes by long-term follow-up. So, Insel started publishing in the 80s about some failures of unis, and they started in that era getting a less desirable outcome. So then we get into the 90s. My early experience with unicompartmental disease really was focused on high tibial osteotomies. That's what we were taught is really the treatment for that disease, and we know now that these are operations where you're pretty much looking at a 7 or 8 year lifespan until you convert them to a total knee, and almost always when you do that conversion, it's pretty complicated. So we've gone from an operation HTO where you're non-weight bearing for a couple of months, you get a limited lifespan, to a partial knee replacement where you can bear weight right away, and they have pretty good long-term results at this point. Also early on when I started doing unis, we were told you have to scope everybody's knee, and so I did that at the operative setting, and almost always I bailed out and I ended up doing no unis, because when you do arthroscopy you'll see some lesion somewhere in the lateral compartment, and we were taught don't do that, so everybody got a total knee at that point. So then in the 90s, the Oxford group started publishing some of the longer term outcomes on their mobile bearing partial knee replacement. This was developed about 40 years ago, and they have some really great science in partial knee replacement. So they came out with some outcome studies showing that there was pretty good survivorship at medium and long term. So they published a bunch of papers. The Australian Registry is publishing papers, and recent JBJS and Journal of Arthroplasty papers all pretty much confirm the same thing, that over the long haul we're getting pretty good results with partial knee replacements. So what I tell patients is that at this point you can expect 10 or even 20-year survival rate, meaning your implant's going to survive and do reasonably well over 90% of the time. There was some question about whether or not you should be doing this on younger people because in the olden days, one of the kind of fixed criteria for partial knee replacement is you have to be old. And this was a relatively recent paper that showed over a long haul that even younger people do well. And they broke it up by age and they had equal outcomes. So in terms of uni knees, these are the things in the literature that we see, that it's less painful, it's an easier recovery. These people are up out of the hospital or surgery center that day, and really by 2 weeks walking comfortably. They have they have a better satisfaction score, and the reason they have a better satisfaction score, I believe, is because they have more normal knee kinematics. They keep their ligaments, especially the ACL, and that makes them feel like they have a more normal knee. They have lower complication rates, and you know, on the backside there's just a lower cost to do these. So if you look at unis versus totals, overall unis do better in pretty much every category except for revision rates, and we'll get into that a little bit. There's a slightly higher revision rate for unis than for totals, but I mean, these people really, uni people tend to do much better earlier on. They did these are two studies several years apart, having small cohorts where they had in one knee a total knee and the other knee a uni knee, and both papers came out with the same results, showing that uni knee patients felt like they had better, more natural knee function, and they also had better range of motion. So for total knees, which is you know, kind of what has been the gold standard, we've been struggling with the people who have total knees that just aren't satisfied. And there have been some studies recently over the last few years showing that up to 20% of total knee patients are not satisfied, even though the operation goes well, their x-rays look fine, and they've had no problems around the time of surgery. And we really are trying hard to get a handle on why that is. One of the things that's come out is that people who have normal ACLs that you take out, because you have to take them out to do a total knee, don't like that. It changes the kinematics, it changes the proprioception between the knee and the brain, and that, I think, is a predictor of a less than optimal outcome. So there are patients who have total knees who say, I don't really have pain, but it feels mechanical. It's kind of clunky, it clicks, it doesn't move like my normal knee. And you know, we've solved the problem of pain from arthritis, but we haven't really given them the knee that they expected. And I think with a uni knee, when you keep that ACL, it just changes the game for them. So, why don't more surgeons do uni knees? There's several reasons. One is, I think there's a relatively steep learning curve, and there's little wiggle room for implant malpositioning in uni knees that I think you can get away with more in a total knee. That there is a very strong correlation between hospital and surgeon volume and outcomes, and that they're more likely to be revised. Now, if you look critically at why they're being revised, unis are more likely to be revised for unexplained pain, which we don't typically do for total knees. So that if somebody came into my office and said, look, I have a knee replacement, a total knee replacement, that I'm just not satisfied with, or I hurt, and their x-rays look okay, I'm not revising that. If, on the other hand, there's somebody with a uni knee that is somewhat painful and looks okay, there's a higher rate of surgeons going ahead and revising that for pain without a firm mechanical diagnosis. So I think the end point of revision in the surgical literature is getting some pushback now, because that may not necessarily be reflective of what is a failure in terms of unicompartmental needs. So here's the question every patient asks, just why not do the whole thing and be done with it? And the answer to that is what I've tried to explain, but really was packaged well in a publication in the Lancet in 2014 by David Murray's group, which is the Oxford group. And this is it. There's just a much higher complication rate with total knees. There is a better range of motion, better function, better satisfaction with uni knees. And here is the kicker. And the kicker is that every now and then somebody has a post-operative death, and they're much more likely to die after a total knee replacement. And so what the group in Oxford came out and stated in this paper, which is interesting, is that there's 21% of people in the UK registry that they used that were people who had a total knee, but really were candidates for a uni knee. And what they came out and figured out was that if that 21% of people had a uni knee, which they were candidate for instead of a total knee, that there would be 169 fewer deaths a year in the UK after surgery than a total knee. Now there would be a higher revision rate, because there's also a higher revision rate after a uni knee, but the revision rate seems to go down with volume. So although the higher revision rate would probably be seen early on, as more people did unis, it would probably tail off. But that's what I tell patients is, I'm saving your life by doing a uni. May or may not, be how you want to frame it, but there is much less serious complication after a uni knee. It's just less surgery. It's easier rehab. They're up and around quicker, and like I said, they keep normal kinematics to their knees, so they have a better sense of knee function. So I use the Oxford partial knee. It happens to be a mobile bearing knee. So this is a picture of one, and it's basically the same thing. It's a femoral component that's cemented onto the femoral condyle, and a tibial component on the base of the metaphysis of the tibia, with an actual mobile bearing in between. So that just clips in, and it's held in by the stability of the knee, the ACL and the MCL. The reason I use it is because there's some philosophical differences between fixed bearing and mobile bearing, but because both surfaces are completely congruent with the metal surfaces, there's hardly any wear over time. So here's somebody 11 years out that I did, and this is what it looks like on radiograph. The mobile bearing has those little metal markers on it, so you can see those lines in between the metal components. What questions do you have? Yes?
So, if you need a revision, how long after surgery does that typically occur, and is there a common reason for that to occur?
So, revision for a uni?
Yeah.
So, the most common cause really for revision of a uni is, well, other than infection, is aseptic loosening. And we see that far down the road usually. The nice part about revising a partial knee is almost always you can get away with a primary knee. Just take that off. It's very bone sparing, and then you get a primary total knee.
You talk about having a stable ACL for this. Would somebody who had previous ACL reconstruction still be a candidate?
Yes, I've done that several times, but I don't use a roll bearing in that case because if they have any laxity or whoever reconstructed it didn't give them their native ACL laxity, I don't want them to dislocate the bearing. So I use a fixed bearing uni for that. But there's one guy who used to be at the University of Connecticut, who's now in San Antonio, Tom DiBerardino, and he has a series of simultaneous ACL reconstructions and unis. I think he's the only person in the world that does them simultaneously, and they did very well.
Bruce, beyond the surgical technique, what are your tricks for getting the patients out the door the same day of the surgery?
My number one trick is to tell them right off this is a day procedure and set their expectations that this is going to be an outpatient procedure. Everything we give them, all the education material, all the other people they see are reinforcing that message. So preoperatively we do that. We also, try and optimize everybody so they don't have any medical issues that we need to take care of. And the last thing is the perioperative part. We have regional blocks, and we do an adductor canal block and a posterior capsular block called an IPAC block. And we have them see physical therapy right away, get up and go. So we do it under general, so we can wake them up and get them up. We're not waiting for a spinal to wear off.
There's two members of our anesthesia department here. Can you elaborate on the posterior capsule blocks?
Yes. So this is a block of long-acting anesthetic just next to the posterior capsule. They approach it immediately under ultrasound. At the same time, they do the adductor canal block, and then the anesthesiologist will put the probe down immediately and insert local anesthetic just posterior to the posterior capsule. So it's helpful. It's helpful because the adductor canal block many times won't get the posterior aspect of the knee, and so you're counting on me blindly going through the posterior capsule with some anesthetic to try and capture that area. So, while it's better than nothing, a well-placed posterior capsule block is a game changer. Yes?
This may be addressed in the next portion, but is there anything to be more aware of with a mobile versus a fixed prosthesis?
In terms of physical therapy?
Yeah, just they're basically treated the same.
They're treated the same. The downside of mobile bearing is there's a very slight risk of dislocation of that bearing. The downside of fixed bearing is wear. So the dislocation rate is about, in several studies, about 0.1% or something like that. It's not very high. One in, maybe 0.2%, it's like 1 in 400.
Yes. In the ACL deficient knee,
how are you assessing that prior to surgery?
So if it's
The laxity.
stable, you know, then if they don't have any laxity or don't have a
This is
lot
with
of
a physical exam or?
Yeah, yeah. So if there's, you know, let's say somebody says, I had an ACL injury, I would get an MRI on that patient. But if they're stable, if they're not grossly loose, then you can get away with partial knee. Like I said, if they just have a loose knee, you're looking at early failure of a partial knee. So, so I will get an MRI, but if they're stable, clinically stable, they can get a partial knee, fixed bearing partial knee.
Question?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Just, you said you had to return to sports quicker there. What sports do you not want them to do?
So it's interesting because I asked this specific question to the designers in England, okay? And I said, what don't you allow them to do? And no, these were guys, you know, this was Goodfellow who designed this 40 years ago. And he said, you know, we started out saying, you can't run, you can't mountain climb. They had a whole list of things. And he said, you know what happened? They did them anyway. So we don't limit it anymore. So what do I tell patients? Is I tell patients that knee implants are like cars. You know, the harder you are on them, the quicker they're going to wear out. So I'm not a big proponent of high impact activities like running on these. They can ride a bike, use an elliptical, closed chain stuff is fine. They can, you know, if they want to run, I have patients who run on them. There's several studies talking about how much force you're putting through this implant, and it exceeds the yield strength of the bone cement and the cement implant interface. Not only running, but downhill skiing too. So Cliff Caldwell's group, who is in San Diego, had a great study a bunch of years ago, maybe 5 years ago now, where they implanted total knees with strain gauges and transmitters in them. And they had people ski, and they could see the forces going through these implants while they were skiing. So even on bunny hills, they were really exceeding the torque that was necessary to break the bond of the interfaces. So, you know, so having said that, do I have patients who ski? Yeah, they ski. But they need to know that there's certain activities that you may want to limit. Yes?
You implied that some degree of lateral compartment degeneration is acceptable. How do you assess that?
No, I don't, not
or
lateral
zero?
part. I think I said, at least I hope I said, no lateral compartment disease in the patellofemoral joint if they have lateral facet disease. That's what I meant to say, that they're not a candidate for that. But they can have some central lesion in the patellofemoral compartment, and that's okay. As long as they don't have anterior knee.
But at the lateral tibial plateau, if that side is, I mean, usually if someone's got end-stage medial compartment, their lateral's not pristine.
Well, that's not anterior medial disease then.
Okay.
Because anterior medial disease is really before the progression to the lateral compartment. So it's an anterior lesion on the tibia, and then you can even see it on the x-ray. On the lateral tibia, it's normal. The posterior aspect of the tibia is normal. So they have erosion on the front, normal back, posterior part of the tibia. If their condyle is wearing into the posterior portion, that means the ACL is getting loose and it's going to progress to the other side. So you don't want to put a uni into that patient knowing they're already set up for progression to the other side, which is one of the risks. So the chances, if you stick to the criteria, that they end up with a revision for progression to the other side are pretty low, about 2% if you stick to the criteria. But if they already have some progression or they're wearing into the posterior tibia on the medial side, then you're asking for trouble. Sorry, that was confusing.
That's good, that's good.
Yes?
You may have touched on this, I missed it, lateral compartment replacements, do you do a handful?
Yeah, so
Is it
occasionally.
Mostly medial, but.
Right, right. So occasionally I do a lateral uni. That's always a fixed bearing uni. I just don't see it very often. So I'll do 2 a year.
I think I've seen 2.
Yeah.
I've seen many more.
It's not that common. It's not that common to see somebody with an isolated lateral disease that meets all the other criteria. You know, they'll have some patellofemoral problem or generalized laxity, which is a bad thing for you.
Thanks, Dr. Gomberg. Why don't we have Tyler come up and answer?
Is this all working there, Chris?
Hope so.
Pretty good. All right. Thanks, Dr. Gomberg. I'm Tyler, I'm present some information on UKA rehabilitation. Take what you know pretty much about TKAs, and as far as rehabilitation is concerned, it's very similar actually. There's a few things we'll talk about in regards to what you're going to see that's going to be different, but for the most part, in regards to rehabilitation, it's going to be pretty similar. PTs in the room, very similar. So anyway, I'm going to kind of gloss over some of the same stuff. I mean, I'm not going to beat a dead horse here, but some of the same things Dr. Gomberg was mentioning. Some of the names you're going to see, AKA, UKA, you're going to see compartmental knee arthroplasty, partial knee, hemi, blah, 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 mini knee as well. So some of the things that he also talked about, which are, we'll kind of dive into this a little bit later, but that more natural feeling that patients are going to get in their knee, like Dr. Gomberg alluded to, they still have that ACL, they still have that PCL, they have that proprioceptive input a little bit more than somebody after a TKA. I mean, they have still some of their knee. If you look at the total knee, a lot of it's missing, obviously. Due to that, they're going to have their normal joint arthrokinematics. They're going to have that tibial axial loading. They're going to have that femoral rollback, just that more natural feeling. And I think I read a stat that said something like about 90%, so you'll see more medial compared to lateral. Did you find that's pretty accurate?
At least.
At least, okay. There we go. So anyway, a couple of things, like we said, so you get a smaller incision, of course, when they present to your clinic. And a couple things that I found, we touched on that Lorentzian study. They kind of followed these 23 patients who had, like Dr. Gomberg said, the TKA, the UKA, done the same day, same surgical staff. Followed them for about 6 years, and long story short, they ended up with about at least 10 degrees more range of motion after that 6 years, which is pretty interesting compared to TKAs. You're going to find other studies, like we talked about, saying how they're going to return to sport, return to activity a lot faster. They're going to have, one study by Week et al. Talked about how these individuals they measured their gait speeds, and they found that individuals with UKAs had higher gait speeds, they had longer stride length, shorter time in stance phase, just more physiologic gait arthrokinematics, obviously. So again, more natural knee. Going forward here, we talked about what's an ideal candidate, not an ideal candidate, contraindications, Dr. Gomberg talked about that. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. So your patient's going to present to your clinic. Obviously, they're going to be possibly weight bearing is tolerated, may or may not have some sort of assistive device, may or may not be measured properly, as I'm sure you guys are aware. And they might present with TEDOs, meds for avoid DVTs, that kind of thing. They're going to have some sort of basic HEP from home health or in the hospital. And again, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but they're going to look very, very similar to a TKA. Okay. So, I know you guys don't want to talk about this because I know your PT has been dealing with us all day long. I know I have. But it's a good tool to use to kind of describe what we're looking for as these individuals come into our clinic. I mean, I'm not gonna spend a bunch of time on this, but obviously you're getting, date of the surgery, that kind of thing, you're looking for red flags, all that stuff. Because some of the main things I want to focus on, of course, you want to know what their patient goals are, you want to know what's their pre-morbid, what were they before this injury, before the surgery. Those are gonna kind of dictate how you're gonna treat and what your goals are gonna be later on, of course. And of course, the objective section, you're palpating, you're figuring out what's going on, what's involved here. You're checking out the integumentary system, what's the integrity of the scar, of course. You're doing your cardiovascular vitals, you're assessing range of motion, mobility, again, blah, blah, blah. You guys all know this. You can't see the bottom of the slide there, but also, any kind of functional assessment. You can do a tug, you can do a 6-minute walk test, whatever you guys like to perform. Something objective. So again, using that information, formulating your assessment and plan. So kind of getting into the nuts and bolts here, no pun intended. Modalities, these patients are going to present to your clinic, they're going to have these inflamed, angry knees, so kind of calming down some of that inflammation, some of that swelling, hit them with some cryotherapy, some ice, that's going to be beneficial. They're going to be in some pain. E-stim works well, you can try some ultrasound. I'm just kidding, I don't use ultrasound, but I don't know if anybody does, but I don't. So I threw it in there just to be complete. But anyway, use that as a closure code. Manual therapy, obviously, this is kind of some of the large parts of what we're doing here. We're physically ranging that knee. We're getting it moving. We're mobilizing that patellofemoral joint, that tibiofemoral joint. Also, obviously, moving that soft tissue around. Really working on that scar, albeit smaller than the total knee. Still a scar we got to work on, get things moving. And just in my experience personally, again, these individuals are going to present, they got a swollen, angry knee. So I like to, at times, use some kinesio taping or something of the like, where they can kind of calm down some of that swelling. Taping, whether you're with it or not, they say, it helps to activate muscles, inhibit muscles. Some patients it works, some it doesn't. But I find that with any kind of ecchymosis, edema, that kind of thing, really works pretty well in my experience. Take a picture of that knee prior to you putting that tape on. A week later, take it off, take another picture. It's going to be a huge difference, usually the case, if you're putting it on correctly. So, something I like to implement myself. Going forward, I mean, you're going to, do your normal thing. Again, selling book record, TKA, like that. So you're getting on the bike, you're stretching, you're flexing, you're strengthening. A lot of the strengthening, obviously, to begin with, is going to be in that open chain. Really place a large emphasis on having sufficient quadriceps strength. That's number one here. And the study by Cheng et al. Kind of talked about measuring folks' quadriceps strength, and he said a good predictor of 1 year after their surgery is what's their quadriceps strength prior to their surgery, which is kind of interesting. So really start strengthening. Do you guys offer, or do you typically recommend any prehab prior to your surgery?
I think it's a great thing, but they're often limited by insurance companies.
True. Yeah. In a perfect world. So, anyway. And then, further progressing them, more neuromuscular re-education. You're getting them strengthening, you're getting them off the table, getting them on their feet, starting some closed chain activities, using biofeedback if need be. Again, getting sufficient muscle recruitment, quads, any of the lateral hip musculatures are going to be really important. Working on balance, proprioception. You guys do PTs in the room. You guys know what I'm talking about. Getting them, progressed from more double limb to single limb stance. Single plane to multi-plane activities. Just further progressing them. They may need a little bit of core strengthening toward the end there. They've been laid up for a little bit, so something in there. If you guys want to throw that in there, feel free. And then obviously progressing them to some of the things that, again, when you ask them at the beginning what their goals are, or where their functional activities they want to get to, what are some things they need to do, and something also non-impact portions of a sport, pretty important as well to address before they initiate that sport, of course. And then of course, something else you guys, we really got to focus on is just educating the patients. You guys have all been there. In an initial evaluation, you're giving a bunch of information. A couple days later, they forget half the stuff you said, just like you guys are probably going to do when you leave tonight. So, I'm just kidding. So, but just making sure you're staying on top of that, making sure you're constantly educating them on what you're going over. Anatomy, they might forget, oh, you want me to raise my leg, put some ice on it? So I forgot about that. If they're having some edema, it's out of control. So just constantly stay on top of them, constantly educating the patient. And then, of course, getting them used to and comfortable with their own home exercise programs, some things that they can independently do and carry out themselves safely. Just a couple little examples here. We'll get into some more items in just a minute. So things they can easily perform. You know, you got your patellofemoral joint moves, achieving that terminal knee extension, and a little bit of tibial rotation as well. Just some things that they can work on themselves. Pretty easy to teach. And then, like I said before, you know, you're starting off when they first come in. You know, a lot of open chain, quadricep strengthening. You got your quad sets, straight leg raises, that kind of thing. Progressing to more hip strengthening. Obviously, getting more range of motion, stretching the surrounding musculature as well. And then, of course, you're just kind of further progressing them to more closed chain activities, such as these. And then from there, progressing them further to, like I said before, more functional things that they are really looking to get to as far as their personal goals. So, things you guys might kind of see, obviously you've seen these: non-compliance, lack of motivation, infection in rare circumstances. You get your overachievers where they haven't developed that proper tissue tolerance or endurance as of yet. Do you see a lot of dislocation of the, like I said, the mobile bearing surface, correct?
I've seen 2 in my career.
Wow, okay.
So it's not very often, but it's always very unsettling to see those metal markers not in between
Gotcha.
the implants.
How prevalent is the infection you typically see? Like
Infection?
Yeah.
I've had one uni infection. I've one uni infection over the last 2 years, so it's probably about a third, 1%.
Gotcha. So rarely you're going to see that. So a couple things you guys might see as far as in the clinic, a lot of patellofemoral complications, 2 in particular. You know, there might be a progression of that osteoarthritis on that lateral component of that patellofemoral joint. And something else is impingements. Often seen, according to the literature, often seen in the lateral UKAs, and it's obviously speculated derives from where that anterior portion, that femoral component, is bumping up against the back of that patella. Typically, when a patient has this, per the literature, they're going to have more severe pain versus it just being an increase in their osteoarthritis. And you guys, PTs, you know how to do this. I mean, we're just normalizing patellofemoral joint arthrokinematics. I mean, you're addressing those lower extremity musculature imbalances, trying to restore those normalized patellar motions upon quadricep contraction. Again, this is not rocket science. This is stuff you guys have all seen. You've obviously treated TKAs, very, very similar stuff. And by a systematic review by Cheng et al., they kind of compared, again, going back to some taping techniques, they compared kinesio taping versus McConnell taping. I found that kinesio taping was helpful in the beginning in helping to reduce some of their pain symptoms, not necessarily in helping to promote any arthrokinematic changes. Whereas on the other hand, McConnell taping kind of did the opposite. A little painful at the beginning, but it's really helpful kind of addressing those lateral shifts you'll often see with patellofemoral movement. So, in summary, I mean, essentially you're addressing the strength about the hip, knee, and ankle. Don't forget that joint as well. Providing proper stabilization, getting that knee moving, range of motion, mobility-wise, controlling for swelling, bruising, pain around the knee, restoring function. Again, just addressing their goals. That's huge. And then, if they're successful physical therapy, go from that to something like that. That's pretty much our goal in the clinic. So, and again, I'm going to say this again, but as far as the patients you're going to see in the clinic, they're going to be very, very similar to TKAs. They're going to be stiff, they're going to be swollen. Other than the things we already mentioned that are the differences, they're going to be very similar. So I wish I could provide some real good pearls of wisdom as far as the differences, but they are very, very similar. So that's all I got. Questions?
I have a question for Doc. What are you prescribing for pain for those patients afterwards? And has the opioid crisis impacted your ability to serve those patients?
Yeah, so we have a whole pre-flight medication list that they get prior to surgery. So they'll get Tylenol, Celebrex, Lyrica, oxycodone prior to surgery. They get their regional blocks. And then afterwards, we give them some narcotic to go home with. What I found with unis is basically they'll use about 40 pills. And, by 2 weeks, we hope to wean them off. There's some people who take longer, but most of the time, by 2 or 3 weeks, they're off pain medication. Is it harder with the opioid crisis? Yes, because we're only allowed to prescribe a certain amount per hit. The other thing is people are much more aware now, and they're like, well, maybe I don't want this. So it's a little harder sell for some people. So, we don't give lots of it, but we try hard to do a multimodal pain approach. And, even if you look back 5 or 10 years, things are very different in terms of post-operative pain.
I find a lot of them are anticipating the pain of the traditional knee replacements, and so they have that pain medication and they think they need to take it, even if they're not having pain, and you almost have to say, it's okay if you don't need it. And it's just kind of a different, they're just so anticipating that pain, and there's less swelling and there's less pain, and they're so much more mobile with the unis. And it's oftentimes the reverse psychology you have to use with them. And then it is okay. I mean, some need that, but...
We have them go to a joint replacement boot camp, which is very helpful, where they can watch it online. But, I think, like I said before, setting the expectations beforehand is really key. There was a really interesting presentation at the Hip and Knee Society meeting last November. Antonia Chen, who's now at Harvard, did a study where she had 3 groups. Now, these were hip replacement patients. She gave one group kind of the standard, unlimited, if you call in, you get pain medicine. One group, 40 pills, and one group, 10 pills. And they all did the same. There were no readmissions, there were no adverse effects. Educating people and giving them a small amount of narcotic. It was really an interesting study.
I find that with the awareness that is going on by the doctors, it's like most of the people, by the time they get me, they're like, oh, I've taken it like 2 or 3 times, but I don't want to take it. Or they'll save it for nighttime, like after a busy day, but for the most part aren't even finishing it.
I second that.
Yeah. So.
We happen to be, as a country, a little bit of an outlier in terms of how the world handles pain, I mean, I have friends in the UK who say, like, we don't prescribe narcotics for outpatient stuff. Like, they go home with Motrin, and then narcotics are inpatient medications. And it's just a different world here. But I think we're, the pendulum slowly is swinging back.
I think you brought up a great point with education too, providing the education to the patients and the expectations so they know what to expect makes them feel more comfortable and often take less of the medication because they know it's going to hurt. And we talk to them, especially in prehab, about what to expect pain-wise and what's okay pain and what's pain that they really should talk to you about or talk to us about.
Tyler, let me ask you 2 questions. Sure. For these outpatient unicondylar knee replacements, when do you start? Day 1, day 2 for PT?
For outpatient, it's, I mean, typically they might be in the hospital for a couple of days. I mean, everybody's a little bit different, 2 to 4 maybe. They may receive some home therapy for a week. They're in there pretty soon. It's pretty quick.
When do you know you're in trouble? When they stop getting motion? Is it 6 weeks or 8 weeks or?
Yeah, I mean, approximately there. And not only that, you're gonna notice other things. They're not gonna be as compliant with. You know that a patient's not compliant. You're gonna see that. You might see other things like lack of strength here and there, but you're gonna hit a roadblock. You're gonna, especially when you're mobilizing that knee, something's gonna be wrong. Usually there's a red flag like that, or like I was saying before, they have significant that anterior lateral pain typically. That's when you're might be in trouble. That's when it might be a good idea to refer out.
Have you had to manipulate any unis?
One in my career was I don't know why she got stiff, but it's so rare. It's so rare.
I think they get their motion back so much quicker.
Yeah. So I have a question for you. What do you do on the other end? Sometimes people just are going way too fast.
So again, going back to education, that's the biggest thing. I mean, whether they're going too slow or too fast, you really got to stay on top of them. That's what it all boils down to.
It's hard to slow them down.
They usually come in on that Monday and go, I overdid it, and then that's the time that they start to back off.
Or they won't tell you what they're doing.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're going to come in and they're like, oh, I was out pounding the pavement, and a lot of times you're like, well, that might be why you were in this, had the surgery in the first place. So, I mean, again, education, that's constant education.
You kind of hope they swell up.
Yeah.
You can't talk, the knee will swell. Swelling is you're telling you that you're doing too much.
It's
You're
tough.
sort of waiting and hoping for the knee to swell up and finally get there. Otherwise, they won't listen.
How do you feel about kneeling on, is there a difference between TKA and a uni kneeling? Because we get that question all the time.
I don't have any restrictions about kneeling on either one, and about half my patients don't like doing it. So I don't think it matters whether they have a partial or a total knee. They just sometimes don't like the sensation of kneeling on that scar.
So you're okay with either type to kneel, right? Yeah.
I'd say that Tom here knows that I'm a golfer, and I was playing golf this summer at Point Sebago. And as I came in, I saw somebody with a bandage on their knee. It's awfully familiar. I couldn't place them because they're in civvies, and it was somebody who had a uni who still had their staples in. That's what we're doing.
Well, I had a patient crash his snowmobile at 2 weeks.
He's working on a short game, Dennis.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Well, thanks so much to both our speakers.
The Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife has a new app. It's called ME Outdoors. With the new mobile app, you can purchase and store licenses, permits, and recreational vehicle registrations for you and others right on your phone. Find places near you, access detailed maps, stay informed with quick access to Maine's outdoor laws. Enjoy offline capabilities for use even when you're out of service range, and much, much more. You can download the app at the Apple App Store or get it at Google Play. You can go to mefishwildlife.com/app to get all information. Cumberland County has a new emergency notification system. Cumberland County has transitioned to a new emergency alert system that provides critical information quickly in a variety of situations such as severe weather, unexpected roads closures, missing persons, evacuations of buildings or neighborhoods. The Rave Alert system, powered by Smart 911, allows residents or visitors to register their addresses with the county. When a disaster impacts that address, they can receive an alert and important instructions via phone call, text, or email. The new Smart 911 system allows you to enter multiple addresses. You can add your home, work, camp, children's bus stop, any location that you choose. The new alert system replaces the previous Code Red system. Anyone wishing to continue to receive alerts must subscribe to the new Rave alert system. For additional information and to sign up, please visit Cumberland County Emergency Alerts at tinyurl.com/33DSAVBU or call 207-893-2810.
When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a bun or a roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh! Now I am one who is real sentimental. A Red Dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and Red Dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do. Now they sit at home and boil Red Dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making Red Dog omelets to start the day. Red Dogs is good for your soul. Red Dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red Dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red Dogs, Red Dogs, Red Dogs, any time of the day. Now I will say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating Red Dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause then them Red Dogs will do the trick, you know. Red Dogs is good for your soul. Red Dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red Dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. And my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Thank you.
Here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. It's so amazing that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh, oh. And in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my
When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a bonner roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh. Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs, any time of the day. Now I will say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating red dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause then them red dogs will do the trick, you know. Red dogs, good for your soul. Red dogs on a butter roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. And my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow.
here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, it's so amazing that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Oh, you are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel.
Reba deba 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 do wow, do wow, do wow, do wow. Reba deba 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 do wow. Reba deba 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 do wow, do wow, do wow, do wow. When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a bunner of roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh. Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught onto the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a bunner of roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs, any time of the day.
The Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife has a new app. It's called ME Outdoors. With the new mobile app, you can purchase and store licenses, permits, and recreational vehicle registrations for you and others right on your phone. Find places near you, access detailed maps, stay informed with quick access to Maine's outdoor laws. Enjoy offline capabilities for use even when you're out of service range, and much, much more. You can download the app at the Apple App Store or get it at Google Play. You can go to mefishwildlife.com/app to get all information. Cumberland County has a new emergency notification system. Cumberland County has transitioned to a new emergency alert system that provides critical information quickly in a variety of situations such as severe weather, unexpected roads closures, missing persons, evacuations of buildings or neighborhoods. The Rave Alert system, powered by Smart 911, allows residents or visitors to register their addresses with the county. When a disaster impacts that address, they can receive an alert and important instructions via phone call, text, or email. The new Smart 911 system allows you to enter multiple addresses. You can add your home, work, camp, children's bus stop, any location that you choose. The new alert system replaces the previous Code Red system. Anyone wishing to continue to receive alerts must subscribe to the new Rave Alert system. For additional information and to sign up, please visit Cumberland County Emergency Alerts at tinyurl.com/33DSAVBU or call 207-893-2810.
Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow. When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh. Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs, any time of the day. Now I will say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating red dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause man, them red dogs will do the trick, you know. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. And my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Thank you.
Here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, it's so amazing. that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel, sent from above. You are my angel, angel, oh, oh, oh. You are my angel, angel, yeah, you are my angel, angel, you are my angel, angel, oh, 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 oh.
Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow. When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh! Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs are good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs, any time of the day.
The moon who bottom three bop what do we bop bop what dip the chew bottom deep bop do bop the bottom deep bop beep bop bye little beep bop bop little beep bop bop bye bop do bop do we bop 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 reba dee ba dee ba dee ba dee ba dee ba dee ba do wow reba dee ba dee ba dee ba dee ba dee ba dee ba do wow do wow do wow do wow reba dee ba dee ba dee ba dee ba dee ba dee ba do wow ba ba do do da do twee bop wee bop reba dee ba dee ba dee ba dee ba dee ba dee ba do wow do wow do wow do wow. Now I will say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating red dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause then them red dogs will do the trick, you know. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. And if you asked me to trade you the fall heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. And my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Thank you.
Here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. It's so amazing that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh, oh. And in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel, sent from above. You are my angel, angel, oh, oh, oh. You are my angel, angel, yeah, you are my angel, angel.
words of wisdom from Grinch 1 and Grinch 2. The more that you read, the more things that you will know. The more that you learn, the more places that you'll go. So I thought that would be an appropriate quote for today. And with that being said, Joanne. Oh wow. You have the floor.
We've gotten 2 district grants from Rotary. Sorry folks, you can't see me, but our first grant was at Stevens Brook last year. And it was for $4,000 from the district, and our club contributed $500. So we bought really $4,500 worth of books for the school, high-interest books for the classroom, and books for their library. You know, and most of the library budgets don't go up each year, so it added to their collection. And Linda Soutier is a coordinator at Stevens Brook. We're still at Stevens Brook. Part of the grant process is to assure that the grant is sustainable, so we want to maintain a presence in Stevens Brook. And but this year we're doing it a little differently, where it's the teachers who ask for help from the Rotary volunteers. And since they have a new reading curriculum this year, we've only had one teacher who's actually fully engaged. Linda has volunteers in the 2nd grade classroom 4 days a week, right, Linda? So Linda is there with Barbara Jenny, who's a Rotarian. Linda's maybe going to be a Rotarian. And Kathy Mansfield, some of you may know, she works in Bridgeton Books, and I know her from the library. And we're hoping that Elaine is going to finally get into Stevens Brook. We're working with the librarian there, and we're going to coordinate volunteers for Read Across America during the month of March. So if any of you are interested in reading to the kids there, that's how we're going to try to move more towards being based in libraries where all the books are, because when we work with classrooms have a lot of interruptions during the day, and so we're going to try to be where the books are and work with the kids in the library, which will give volunteers more flexibility and less disruptions for the kids. So this year we have a grant, $4,000 almost from the district, another $500 from our club, and this year we're working with Crooked River, which is grades 3 to 5, and Ann Lastman is coordinating the program at Crooked River. And do you want to describe all the work you're doing, Ann? She's doing a heck of a job. Sure. A lot of work.
I have it's easy when you have a lot of really dedicated and fabulous people who show up. So we've got 11 volunteers. One is sort of kind of stepped back for the moment. But three of these are Rotarians. And we have volunteers in the school Tuesday through Friday, working with individual students. And so what we do is all the books that were provided through this grant are on a cart. And so volunteers go in on their day, they go in, they choose a bunch of books, they go into the classroom that they're assigned to. And in some cases it's volunteers are seeing the same children because teachers have asked volunteers to work with specific kids. Other times it's just we show up and the teacher will send a student out to read, and then the sessions go anywhere from 15 minutes to, in some cases, a half an hour. If there's a child that's really engaged and the teacher says, sure, they can vary between 15 minutes and half an hour. Many of us go within our time frame to 2 classes. It's, I think, at this point, just a few statistics from Joanne's interim report that I tried to update. It's not exactly 100% accurate, however, we think, well, no, my additions, yours was accurate, my additions. So it's sort of approximately. So at this point in time, there have been probably about 150 individual sessions with volunteers and students, and approximately somewhere between 75 and 80 individual students who have participated. We are always looking for ways to expand or think about how to make this program work better. It's really about giving kids one-on-one time with an adult to increase their enjoyment of reading, and because reading for pleasure is what ends up leading to reading for other things. You have to like it before you can sort of become a reader. So and Mr. G is just so great to work with. The school, you really should just go and spend some time in the school to see what's possible with good leadership, and also just an environment of caring, which is really exemplified at Crooked River. So that's it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Anna. So it seems like what we're doing may not be enough to convert kids who prefer other activities to reading, but turns out the reading scores and the math scores actually across the country, but particularly in rural areas, are just continuing to go down, down, down. And in fact, for kids that are considered lower performers in rural areas, over 40% of them hardly do any reading for pleasure at all in the course of a year. And nationally, this one article said that for most kids, they average 1 minute a day of an adult reading to them, so that what we're doing may seem like a drop in the bucket, but it's more than a drop in the bucket. It's a glass of water in a bucket, and what we're doing in terms of trying to get the kids to enjoy reading. So now it is my honor to introduce Steve Gagne, who is affectionately known as Mr. G, because most people can't pronounce his name, including me, who started out as Steve Gagne or something, but he's French. I mean, he should have a little thing over the E, shouldn't you? I don't know, but anyway, he's Mr. Gagne, or Mr. G, and he comes to Crooked River with a lot of qualifications. He has a master's in literacy from University of Southern Maine, and he has a lot of teaching experience. He's taught in Lewiston for 28 years, 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, I think, which are considered the harder grades, because those kids talk back to you or something to some people. And he's also moved to being a principal. He was a principal in Skowhegan for 3 years, I believe, and he's been at Crooked River for 5 years as principal. And Steve is the principal that we all wish we had, at least I wish I had when I was in school, because the atmosphere in the school is just so supportive and pleasant, and there's, it used to be a teacher would say, if you don't shape up, you're going to go down to the principal's office. Well, if you said that at Crooked River, they'd be, yay! Going to the principal's office. The kids are coming in all day long. He has books for them, very healthy snacks for them, like carrot sticks and celery sticks for the kids to eat. And there's, I forget how many kids, 300 kids or something. It's grades 3 to 5. But Steve is out there every morning greeting the kids when they come off the bus. It's unbelievable. The first day we went down there, Linda and Ann and I were looking at and he said, I think you're looking for me. Here he is, waving to the kids, come on in. And then he says goodbye to them. He knows almost every kid in that school by name and what books they like to read, what they're good at, what they need help with. It's just a great environment, and so today we're hoping that he will share with us his perspectives on how to get kids to turn off the damn games and open a book. And it's going to be on TV, so the whole world is watching.
Thank you for that introduction. I'm certainly not worthy of that. I'm really not. I do what I do, and I do the best I can every day. Some days it's not the best, and I try to be better the next day. I want to begin by thanking Rotary for the support that you've given us for the last 5 years. Every year, you've provided winter gear for many students around Christmas time. You've provided books this year. We've had dictionaries and we've had encyclopedias, and just your presence has been huge. And I appreciate that greatly for our children. And you fill such a big need in our community, and it makes a difference each day for our kids. This morning, I'm going to talk about an important habit in this digital age that shapes our character: reading. Reading is not just gaining knowledge, it is a way to broaden our minds and to new perspectives, people, places, ideas, and beliefs. When we read books of all kinds, we learn more about the world. This broadens our understanding of different cultures and philosophies, helping us develop empathy. Fiction lets us step into other people's shoes, while nonfiction helps us reflect on real-life situations, gain information, learn new things, and grow personally. Reading also sharpens our critical thinking and problem-solving skills by analyzing storylines, understanding complex characters, and thinking about what we read. We become better at thinking deeply and making sense of information. In a world full of data and opinions, this ability is more important than ever. Moreover, reading fuels creativity and imagination. It gives our mind a workout, making our vocabulary stronger, improving focus, and boosting our academic performance. For young people, developing a strong reading habit can help them in the long run, opening doors to endless knowledge and ideas. Reading is not just a mental exercise, it is a source of relaxation and joy. When we read, we escape the pressures of the daily life and find peace in the world of words. Turn off your device at least an hour before bed and read, allowing your eyes and brain a break from the screen. This is especially valuable now when we spend so much time on screens each day. But there is something alarming. According to a recent report by the National Literacy Trust, only 32.7% of children and young people aged 8 to 18 say they enjoy reading in their free time. Even more striking, just 18.7% read something daily in their free time, a record low in over 2 decades. These statistics show that reading for pleasure is declining, and we must ask ourselves why. One reason is that screens, phones, games, and social media are taking over our time. Instead of turning pages, many of us are scrolling. Also, for some, reading has become a chore, not joy. So what can we do to change this? Set a daily reading goal. Even just 20 minutes a day can make a big difference. Use the school library, explore different genres from fantasy to biographies. Read what interests you. Don't force yourself into books you don't like. Pick topics or stories that excite you. Read the same book as someone else. We can motivate each other, discuss stories, and learn together. Try mixing formats of reading, such as reading physical books, ebooks, or even audiobooks. Reading is more than a school task. It builds empathy, sharpens our minds, improves our well-being, and fuels our imagination. At a time when fewer young people are reading for pleasure, we have the power to bring reading back to life. So let us pick up a book and make reading a habit. Let us embrace the power of reading to enrich our minds and shape our futures. By the way, did you know that people who steal books are called bibliokleptomanes? Just a little thing. But this just ties right into our whole grant and our whole goal in this project. It was to get books into kids' hands, get kids excited to want to read books, to provide a wide range of things that they may not have ever thought of reading about. One of the great examples is Anne brought a book from home, and it's not something most kids would pick up on their own. She has shared it, and more kids that she shares it with want to read that book. And so it's one of those things where we've added another book to the collection because they've loved it. And so that's one of the key things, is getting kids excited about something they never knew about before. And so originally, Joanne came in thinking, we need to help the kids who need help. That's what our goal is, helping the kids who need help with reading. And I tried to say to her, one of the things is, you can't walk in the door and know who needs help. And is the academic piece the bigger need? And I feel that our big need is the time, the presence, the audience, the patience that our volunteers are showing our students. And they look forward to the volunteers every week. They love spending time with them. And so I'm like, we are successful, even if that's the only thing we do all year long. I want to share one of my favorite books, and the kids in my class used to laugh because I used to say, oh, this is one of my favorite books because I have a few thousand in my office. Joanna will attest to that. And it would be hard for me to pick my favorite book. But this is The Three Questions, and it's based on a story by Leo Tolstoy, and it's John J. Muth is the author. And I won't hold the book like the teacher does. I'm just not going to do that today, but I'm going to share the story. And it's a great book if you have grandchildren, children in your lives, and even for adults.
Any questions for Mr. G?
A number of states have banned the use of cell phones in schools. I wonder your thoughts on it.
Well, we actually do not allow cell phones in our schools, and my kids are younger, so we don't have quite the number. But during the day, their students are not allowed to have their cell phones. They're supposed to be stowed in their backpacks for after school. As soon as we have dismissal, they're allowed to take them out as they leave the building. So, if they want to check their email or message, or they'll send mom a note, I'm getting on the bus now, they can do that. But for us, it's not a huge problem. Yes, sir.
In the school, there's only so much that the teachers can do and yourself, essentially to encourage reading, and accountability on that has to go on. I'm very blessed that my boys love to read, but obviously too, that was part of us reading to them. Anything from Big Nate to Messi's 800-page biography, along those lines. So I think for me is like, how are you sort of like this message here and the importance, how are you relaying that to parents, like that we've started this, but we need your help?
Most of the teachers have a requirement that students are reading every night and keeping a log. I think one of the big things we do in the building is just having books all over the place. Our librarian works extremely hard to build the collection, to add books to our library that she knows students are interested in. Students will share their ideas for topics or titles that they might want to see in our library. Again, they walk into my office, they're all over the place. I often do a book read in our assembly. We've done readers theater in our assembly where staff take part and read lines, so it kind of builds that interest and makes reading fun. We've tried to talk to parents and say, turn off the devices at least an hour before bed to just let kids wind down and make that reading time warm time. I just remember that as a kid, sitting close to my mom and rereading some of the same books over and over, which she probably hated. She probably wanted to throw away or get rid of her because she was tired of reading them, but realized if I wanted to hear it again, then it was a good story. And it was also not about the story anyway, it was more about the time that we were spending together at the end of the day before bed. So we try to have them build that into their daily schedule, so maybe it's bath, book, bed kind of thing. And it's again role modeling. We have many of our teachers will talk about their personal reading. They'll have a book on their desk. Kids will see the teacher reading while they're reading. I enjoy going into a classroom and just holding a book and sharing a book with a class. And I have an example. Years ago, I was with a young teacher, and she was just tired or overwhelmed or whatever. And I said, "Look, Kim, take 15 minutes. I'll take your class, and I'll read to them." So I sat down and I read this book, and at the end, I looked and she was still there. She never left the room. So I said, "Kim," I came in here to give you a break. She goes, "I just enjoyed listening to you read. I just didn't want to leave." I said, "All right." I said, "I guess you got your break then." But I mean, it's showing kids that reading can be a break, that it can be something to look forward to. And we have a lot of kids that enjoy reading. We have a lot of parents that enjoy reading with their children. And so it can't be one more thing. It has to be part of what you do.
And I can tell you just because I think you remember I'm a pediatrician, and we used to have this program called Raising Readers, and they lost their funding, unfortunately. But luckily, I work for Northern Light, and the foundation sort of finally came through with books. So at every well child visit from 2 months till 5 years of age, till kids get into school and can get a book in the library, I give a baby, at their well child visits, books with parents and talk about it. So it starts from the very beginning with no screens for the first 2 years of life. And when I go out to a restaurant and I see a family eating and the kid with the headphones on and the screen in front of them, it's like nails on the chalkboard for me.
Yeah.
It's like nails on the chalkboard. So it starts at the very beginning. So, and kids are like, at 6, they're like, why you don't have a book for me? And I said, no, that's why you go to the library at school. That's why you go to the library at home and get books.
And we have one of the women that works closely with me is a new grandma, and I just started picking up board books for her to share with her grandson, and she was so excited one day that she was left with the baby for the first time, for an afternoon or something, and she came back the next week and said, "I can't even believe the reaction he had to me reading," and he was tiny, and I said, "You watch, and over the next few months, he will brighten up. He will respond to your voice. He will look forward to hearing your voice." And she said he does. He wants to he's actually holding the book. He's not a year old. He's holding the book. He's like turning the pages with her, and he enjoys that rhyme, the rhythm, the sounds of words. I said, you can't make that up. And it's, again, that special time with her, but it's also the literacy part. So it's great to see. Yes, Joanne?
Oh, thank you, Mr. G. I just want to share one thing, two. When we first started down at Crooked River, everybody comes through this hallway outside Steve's office, and a teacher, I don't remember who he is or what he teaches, but he was telling me about Steve. Steve doesn't know this, but he was telling me, giving me some background, and he said, he's passionate about reading. And he said, when he goes to the barber shop, he takes a book with him. And if the kids have to wait for their haircut, he starts reading a story to them in the barber shop. But if we have a little time, I think it would be nice to hear what the volunteers feel about, or what you've gotten out of your experience in working with the kids. So we have a Carol as a substitute, but
I've read it a couple times or listened to it a couple times.
and did you like it?
Of course.
Well, we have to tell the little story. When we first went and met with Steve to talk about it,
Yeah.
and Carol's like, you know, and in that, 15, 20-minute meeting, just his energy and his excitement and his books, Carol's like, maybe I'll be a volunteer. Like, he changed her mind in 15 minutes sitting in his office.
Right. And Carol's been going down, you were working with the special needs kids, but
Well, I was working with some special needs kids, and they were unbelievably fantastic to be with, really interesting. They were 3 boys, and 2 of the 3 were just these very very masculine, active boys. And I noticed in their classroom, and all of their teachers were females. And Joe Barth ends up coming in as a new volunteer, and I say, you know what? I love these boys. I don't want to give them up, but they need a man. So Joe has taken them on, and I just think it's much better for them. But it's been a really nice experience. I've enjoyed it. And the kids are so interesting, one to the other. They have different interests. Some of them are shy, some of them are really out there. And sometimes we end up maybe reading 3 pages, only a few pages, because there's so much to talk about on each page. Or there's something in there that the child says, oh, you know what, and wants to add some information that they know, or some experience that they have had that relates to that page and what's going on. So we just get into that. And I think they really appreciate that time. Yeah. Oh, somebody's, yeah.
Joe, what do you think of your experience reading to the kids?
They've been doing most of the reading. I've been following along.
I meant, yeah, sorry.
And helping with words that they're having trouble with. But it's, I don't know, it's rewarding, you know, to be working with the kids. I worked with Ann in one classroom and then went to the other one, and there's been a little bit of a difference there, and we haven't really connected with everybody yet, because when we go in, they might be off on something special.
Yeah.
And then we've only got 15 minutes with each one, so, you know, it takes some time. But I've been in 1, 2, 3, 4 different classrooms, and the kids seem to do well. They try hard, and, you know, it's rewarding for me.
Oh, great. And Elaine, you were there for a little while. You had a great story working with a Kayla's class. I think it was a Kayla's class with the kid at the end of the reading session about the kid.
Yeah.
Tell them.
Oh, yes, yeah. I was reading with this one student, and we just made a connection, and I don't know why, but she, at the end, she asked her if it was all right to hug me. And she was the one that asked if it was proper. We were in the hallway. We were in a very public place.
Yeah.
And that was just, you know, that just makes it even more special to know that you've made a connection. Most of my reading experience since my kids grew up has been with grandchildren, and now with great-grandchildren. And it's just something that I think that I never did enough with my own children. I didn't realize the importance of it. 3 kids, chaos, you don't really take the time to do that. With grandchildren, it's a little easier. You get a chance to do it one-on-one. And now with the great-grandchildren, we really, really know the importance, and have passed that, doing what we can to encourage that.
Yeah, great. And Linda, can you tell about what you're doing at Stevensbrook now?
Kathy and I are hooked on our volunteer jobs. We love them.
4 days a week. Well, Kathy's, for me it's 4 days, for Kathy it's 3. There's a new reading series, which is very challenging. We found it very challenging for the second graders. It's brand new, this is the first year. It's very steep. There's a lot, there must have been a lot of backsliding over the years because, wow, anyway, the teacher we have is extraordinary. She's an interventional specialist, so she's very well equipped to deal with big differences in children, you know, in a classroom. And she has us working with some of these children, just giving them a little extra help. This is not reading to them that we're doing. We are following up on the day's reading lesson with this reading series they have. And there's writing to follow up with the reading. So we're helping to help them write in their journals. They have a journal where they will answer a prompt, or they will react to something they read. And like I said, I'm amazed that they do so well because they're only second graders. But we just love it, and the teacher is wonderful. It's been a great experience. And it's too bad that more of the teachers don't ask for volunteers, especially with this new reading series. So I don't know what you think about it, Steve.
It's very heavy. There's a lot of vocabulary.
Yeah.
They're just higher level books.
Yeah.
Lots
The
of-
concepts.
Yeah. And the content.
And the content, yeah. So anyway, we think it's wonderful. We're really having a great time. We look forward to it. We talk about it after. It's been great. And Kathy just took to it like a duck to water. She's never had children or even classroom experience with children. She just took to it right away. She's doing great. And Barb will be back. She's got to have some eye things corrected, but hopefully she'll be back. She was mostly sitting at the back table and having kids come to her and read to her after they finish their work. So that was great too, because they get their grandma experience as well as their academic experience.
And Anne, tell us about the book that everybody loves.
So I was sitting here trying to remember the title. It's about Philippe Petit, the man who walked on the tightrope between the Twin Towers. The book won a Caldecott Medal for its amazing illustrations. And this story just, I mean, I can't go to the class without this book because they've already read it. It's like, we've got to read some other books. They love this book. There's a couple of boys who just, what they're just sort of talking about, like sort of transferring from this book. So one of the illustrations in the book shows the actual width of the rope that he walked on between these towers. And so the kids would get up and just say, okay, so it's about this wide on the floor. So just like imagine like you're walking on this rope, and and just this sort of transfer, and these kids would be talking about, well, I could, that's not too hard. And the other kid would say, well, of course it's hard. Like, they were just sort of engaging about the rope. And then the illustration, so which show from his perspective up on these towers and looking down at the audience. The kids would say, well, if he fell, he would just land in the water. He'd be fine. And they would be like, well, no, because it's a quarter of a mile. It's as high as a plane. And so this, this is kind of this, this conversation that grew around this pretty extraordinary story. And the book was written as a commemorative book after the Twin Towers fell. So there's also that piece of history
that some of them know about, and but that they were, so just sort of these multi-faceted, kind of rabbit holes that you can go down with a good story, and this one happened to be true. So, and then we looked up to see, I think he's still alive, he's like in his 90s. So the fact that this was a real person who did this crazy thing. Yeah, so that's my, I mean, I forgot, I didn't bring it the last time I was there, and I had to go back and get it, because I don't that one.
Yeah. I can't, Ann has done such a phenomenal job working with Steve to coordinate with the classrooms. Steve works with the teachers and figures out who would like help, and the scheduling, and Ann knows all the books. Ann and Steve know all the books, and okay, which books are. She's just been phenomenal. It's hard. The scheduling. It's a great thing to do, and I hope that we've conveyed that even if you don't have recent experience working with kids or being around kids. And the kids are so great. They're so enthusiastic, and they love the experience of being with an adult. And so Ann and Steve have really made it happen. So thank you.
But don't underestimate Joanne, though. She's kind of, she keeps it going, and she's kept us focused the whole time. So it's a great team, the whole thing.
I don't know, for some reason Steve thinks I'm a prison warden or something.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. G. And here is just a little token of our appreciation. And it was so great to see you and here, and it's such a great program. So thank you guys all.
Thank you all for your time.
Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow, doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow. Reba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-wow, doo-wow, 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 doo-wow. When I was younger, just a little pup, my mama used to feed me just to shut me up. But I'd keep screaming unless I'd see a red dog sitting in front of me. They lay brown but not too done, so I'd say to my mama, that's the one. I'll keep quiet till the end of the day. Just keep them red dogs coming my way. Red dogs, they're good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. Oh! Now I am one who is real sentimental. A red dog dish is continental. Turn down the lights so soft and low. There's wine and red dogs, in they go. Told my friends what to do, now they sit at home and boil red dogs too. They caught on to the current rage, making red dog omelets to start the day. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and the fresh piccalilli. All you need is one small bite, and you'll agree it's pure delight. They taste so good when they're going down. Best of all, they hang around. Red dogs, red dogs, red dogs, any time of the day. Now I will say there's a moral to this song. Just keep eating red dogs your whole life long. You won't be skinny, but you won't be sick, 'cause then them red dogs will do the trick, you know. Red dogs is good for your soul. Red dogs on a Bonnaroo roll. Red dogs make you feel silly. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Pass that mustard and a fresh piccalilli. Snap.
It's an October morning, and down by the sea, the reds and the yellows will all soon be gone. There's a loon on the water, she's laughing at me, because shorts and a t-shirt are all I have on. And I think I've been kissed by the last breath of summer. It is sweet and it's warm and familiar in sound, 'cause there's a peace in the breeze that comes only with autumn, as it teases the leaves from the trees to the ground. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. And my favorite season is a fleeting adventure. It is bold and it's kind, but it's gone all too soon. So with all of my senses, I'll drink in the moment and let the last breath of summer sing me a tune. And if you asked me to trade you the falls of New England for a mountain of riches, my heart would say no. 'Cause nothing compares to an Indian summer that can warm up your memories through mid-April snow. It's gonna warm up your memories through mid-April snow. Thank you.
Here I am once again, saying I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean the things I said when I was angry. In the moment I feel I can't stop it. Then I look and see your face dropping, but you never hold it over my head. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. I'm doing my best not to stress, but I can't help it. I can't seem to get out of my head. It's driving me crazy, but you can always see when I'm struggling, and you know what to do to get me out of it, and you don't give up until I'm smiling. 'Cause you are my angel sent from above, and I just need your loving touch. Oh, and in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms around me, pull me back up to us. You are my angel sent from above. You are my angel, angel. Yeah, you are my angel, angel. You are my angel, angel. Oh, oh, oh. It's so amazing that you love me even when I'm unlovable. You are so good to me. Ooh, oh. And in the moments that I feel like I'm losing myself, you put your arms